Yes, Mr.
The court, please, my lord, we apologize for the delay in commencing with the proceedings this morning. Accused number 3 and 5 had to commission certain affidavits for the purpose of the application that they are bringing relating to their incarceration.
Yes, yes.
The state calls the next witness, Brigadier Bongani Gininda.
You remain under oath, sir?
Yes, my lord. Thank you.
Brigadier, you are in the employ of the South African police and attached to the court case unit.
That is correct, my lord.
Wasenzela isiphoyisa and ungaphansi kwaliqembu elisenza enkantolo Yebo.
You've already testified in the trial within a trial in this matter. Is that correct?
Yes, my lord, that's true.
Athi uliqiniso ukuthi ungufakazi trial within a trial.
And that can be seen from the record of the proceedings dated 27 November 2023, commencing on page 34 thereof.
Yes, my lord, that's correct.
Yebo kuyabonakala ukuthi kwenzeka lokho ngomhla 27 November 2023.
Your rank also appears on the record of the 27th of November 2023 on page 39 thereof, lines
Yavela mhla 27 November 2023.
Correct, my lord.
lines
Yebo kunjalo.
lines 9 to 10.
That is correct, my lord.
Do you confirm the evidence that you gave in the trial within a trial?
I do confirm it, my lord.
Athi ngiyakuqinisekisa ubufakazi engabuletha ku-trial within a trial kusho ukuthi iqala lingaphakathi kwelinye.
Your career history appears on the record that we've referred to from page 39 onwards. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo kunjalo.
And in particular pages 40 and 42 of the record. This is where your career history is set out.
Correct, my lord.
Athi umlando webizelo lakho uyabonakala lapho.
On page 42 of the record, the mandate of the cold case unit is set out. Is that correct?
That is correct, my lord.
Athi kuyabonakala umsenzo we-cold case unit ubekiwe nawo.
And on page 43 of the record, you deal with the date on which the current docket was allocated to your team.
That is correct, my lord.
Kubekiwe futhi nosuku lapho owanikwa khona idocket.
And just for the record, can you once again repeat as to how many members does your unit consist of?
So insofar as this matter, my lord, we are three, the investigators. That is myself, Sergeant Mokola, the female Sergeant Mokola, and Sergeant Mohane, currently.
Okwamanje ke sibathathu kusikuleli thimba eliphenya leli cala mina o Sergeant Mokola ongowesifazane no Sergeant Mohane.
Now, on page 43 of the record, lines 5 to 6, you mention the date on which this matter was allocated to you. Is that correct?
That is correct, which is the 12th of November 2018, my lord.
Kubekiwe lapha ku page 43 ukuthi ngathola nganikezela ngaleli cala mhla 12 November 2018.
And just for the record, can you just mention the case number of the matter that the court is seized with?
So yes, my lord, it's Phosphorus 636 of 10/2014.
Leli cala ke icala ithiwa Phosphorus 636 of 10 of 2014.
Another docket has been mentioned in these proceedings that ran parallel to the main case. Is that correct?
Yes, I've heard about it, my lord. That will be Phosphorus 375 of 1/2019.
Tikhona ke leli eni cala lijobelele kulelo Phosphorus 375 of 1 of 2019.
But in that aspect, my lord, maybe one should put it into context that that case 375, it's not a murder docket. It's a defeating docket that was opened by Warrant Officer Makubo as the complainant. The only murder docket of the deceased, that is Senzo Meyiwa, it's this matter that is before court. There is no other murder docket that is registered out there.
Ngifanele ngichaze ukuthi ucase 375 of 1 of 19 akulona icala lokubulala icala nje elikhona lokubulala ka Senzo Meyiwa ucase 636 of 10 of 2014 leli cala liqulwa lona manje.
You have already mentioned a name of an investigator who's associated with this other investigation, Phosphorus case 375-1 of 2019. Is that the only investigator who's associated with that investigation?
No, my lord. There is also a Lieutenant Colonel Butelezi, who is also associated with the docket 375 of 1/2019.
Adikhona futhi no Lieutenant Colonel Butelezi o sebenza kuleli cala case 375 of 1 of 2019.
Brigadier, can you, in your own words, give a background of what happened after you were seized with this matter that is currently before court, and also at the same time deal with how the other investigation, Phosphorus case 375-1 of 2019, came into existence?
Yes, my lord. So, when we were appointed, my lord, and I'll go back to November 12, 2018, Warrant Officer Makubo as well as Lieutenant Colonel Butelezi were part of the investigation team. So I was appointed to lead the team, and then they were seconded to work under myself, together with Lieutenant Colonel Ramohala, who was part of the cold case unit, is now since retired, my lord.
Uma siqhubeka leli cala mhla 12/11/2018 kukhona Warrant Officer Makubo no Lieutenant Colonel Butelezi ababeqoke ukusebenza kuleli cala. Mina ke ngangumholi wabo, kodwa ke kwakukhona ke futhi nomunye uRamukhale osekhotheme kodwa owayesebenza kulo leli cala.
So the cold case unit, which included myself, this Lieutenant Colonel Ramohala, female Sergeant Mopula, Sergeant Mofane, were basically in charge of leading this current matter, my lord.
Manje mina ke no Sergeant Ramakhala no Mukhula no Mukhane sasikowe ukuthi ke sihole ke ekuphenyeni licala.
Yes, but in terms of the appointment, the four of us, meaning myself, Lieutenant Colonel Ramohala, Lieutenant Colonel Butelezi, and Warrant Officer Makubo, were specifically designated to look into this matter, me being the lead investigating officer on the matter.
Thina ke mina no Ramakhala no Butelezi no Mukhula sasicela ke nje ukuthi ke sihole uphenyo lwalicala mina ke ngiwumholi waleli team.
Now, my lord, after I've signed for the docket and received it, there were theories when we were briefed, maybe a theory when we were briefed in terms of receiving the docket, that there seems to be a suspicion that the shooter or the person who killed the deceased in this matter was inside the house, and it could not make sense to the management as to why the previous investigation team and the others that were there could not address that matter. In other words, deal with the people who were inside the house. So that was part of the briefing that we got to say, look into this matter. This is the information that seems to be running around, and you need now to see if you can get to the bottom of it. Of course, if it is true.
So ke kwakukhona ke nombono ukuthi ke
My lord, the witness is referring to a theory of which maybe it needs to be unpacked, whether it was the investigation that revealed that evidence or it is a hearsay evidence through the investigation. Because, my lord, if the witness says after signing the docket there was a theory that a person who shot the deceased was inside the house, so the objection is on the fact that it must be cleared whether it was part of the investigation which led to that theory, or it was the hearsay, or it's the evidence they had. As the court pleases, madam.
Well, I'm baffled by that objection. Well, it's already on record that there were two theories, and the witness is just merely rehashing the mandate that was given to them, and I think the objection is with respect premature. The witness will deal with all these aspects.
Why do you say it's hearsay evidence?
My lord, I was saying because I do not understand the theory, what the theory is, my lord. That's why I was saying at least if it can be unpacked, that it was as a part of the investigation or part of the evidence they had as investigating team, my lord, so that one will understand whether it amounts to a hearsay or what type of evidence, my lord.
No, but they say he says there was a report made to him on assuming command of the investigation that there are allegations, you don't want to call it a theory, there are allegations that the person who allegedly murdered the deceased was inside the house.
Yes, my lord.
Is that what you're saying, sir?
That's what I'm saying, my lord.
My lord, then if it was a report that was made to him, then it has to be disclosed. It's a report by who?
Yes, sir.
So, my lord, I stand up to support the objection of my learned colleague, Advocate Nsholon. Somebody must have actually made such a report. Who is that person for one to make a conclusion that this exists as a theory?
My lord, we need to look no further than the proposition that was put by Mr. Mgomezulu himself.
What did he
that,
say
that,
about the theory?
That Longway is the person who shot the deceased. Now, this is what the witness is saying, and now there's an objection.
This is examination in chief.
Ale?
Yes.
This is examination in chief. This is the new evidence brought by Brigadier Gininda in chief in the main trial.
My Lord, we have a lot of ground to cover. We're not going to detain ourselves with such trivialities.
Please, the court, my lord, this is not a triviality. I think the state probably used a very inaccurate term there, because we're also concerned about the source of this report to the effect that the shooter was one of the people in the house. What is the source of that information, or who is the source of that information? That's our concern, because we cannot treat this as just a mere triviality. Can be.
Yes, my Lord, we will deal with that in due course. Brigadier, just perhaps for the record, there was a briefing in this matter when it was assigned to you, is that correct?
That is correct, my Lord.
And for the purpose of the record, can you just mention as to who assigned the matter to you?
I received the instruction from then National Commissioner General Ketla Sitole. He's the one that gave me the directive, my Lord.
ngathola ke isicelo sasivela kulo wayemkhuzo wamaphoyisa ngaleso sikhathi okawu-General Ketla Sitole.
You mentioned that the other members of the team, Lieutenant Colonel Ramuhala, Sergeant Mohola, and Sergeant Mohani, came from the cold case unit. Can you just maybe explain the other members, Warrant Officer Makubo and Lieutenant Colonel Butelezi, how did they come into the picture?
Well, when I was briefed and given the mandate to take command of this investigation, my Lord, I was informed that they will form part of this team. They were seconded. As to how, I don't know, but that was the indication to me, and then subsequently we met, and then we worked together for some time. But through the difference of opinions, we sort of went to different directions.
Yes.
Sergeant Ramuhala noMukhane sasisebenza nabo kulolu daba, kodwa ke uMakhubo noButhelezi ngatshelwa nje ukuthi ke nabo ke bazongena kulolu daba bazosenza nathi ukuthi beza kanjani angizange ngichazele.
Did you know from which units of the police they came from?
Yes, Warrant Officer Makubo was from the DPCI, I think in Germiston. Lieutenant Colonel Butelezi, she was a captain then. She's from the psychologist unit, I think FSL in Pretoria.
Makubo yena wayephuma eDPCI eGermiston, uButhelezi wayekapteni ku-psychology unit eSepitoli.
What happened then after the matter was assigned to the team that you led?
Kwasekwenzekani-ke uma seninikezele ngalomsebenzi kuleli thimba owawulihola?
Yes, so the first directive that I gave, my Lord, is that copies of the docket must be made for each member of the team.
Ngaqala ngatshelwa kona ukuthi-ke amakhophi edocket afanele enzelwe wonke amalungu e-team.
That was done, my Lord.
Lokho-ke kwenziwa.
The purpose thereof was, which was part of my directive, was so that each and every member of the team can analyze, can read the docket and make sense as to whether, what happened based on the preliminary evidence. Based on the preliminary statements and evidence that was collected. Can we say they were perpetrators, and who are they, if the docket indicates such? And if there are no perpetrators, what evidence do we have? As I said, we were sitting with the primary thing of establishing whether they were intruders, and if they were intruders, who are they, which was the purpose of dealing with this matter, and in the absence of the intruders, based on the evidence, who were then the perpetrators of this murder of the deceased, my Lord.
Manje-ke inhloso-ke ukuthi kwenziwe amakhophi-ke ale docket kwakwenzela ukuthi wonke umuntu okhona lapha kuleli thimba lami akwazi ukubheka ahlaziye ukuthi kwakungabeke kuwobani abenza lento uma kungekho bantu esibatholayo sibheke ukuthi ubufakazi obukhona okunjani singabuthola uma kungekho sibheke ukuthi obani ka babengene lapho behlasela noma kungekho ke lokho siqhubeke nokuphenya.
Now, my lord, after on a specific time where now we obviously had to meet and get together in terms of what we found, it was clear that the views are the same. They still believe that there were no intruders.
Njengoba ke sesitholile lo msebenzi khona ke okwasigcina sibona ukuthi kuyafana ukuthi abekho abebehlasela.
Based on what I've analyzed, I believe there were intruders, my lord.
Kuloko ngangibhekileke mina ngaqaphela ngibonile ukuthi babekhona abantu ababengenile.
Just a minute. Now, who held the view that there were no intruders?
Bani kwayicanga ukuthi ababengekho abantu ababehlasela.
Warrant Samakubo and Lieutenant Colonel Buthelezi were of that view, my lord.
Ababe nalo mqondo Warrant Officer Makubu no Captain Buthelezi.
And I must also admit, my lord, before actually reading the docket thoroughly, I also believed at some stage when we were briefed, say there were no intruders. But obviously, when one looked at the docket, the evidence told me otherwise.
Nami ke ngangingo nalo mqondo ukuthi babengekho abantu abahlasele kodwa ke uma sengibhekile ngibhekisisile idocket ngabona ukuthi kufanele kube khona ababehlasele.
And what was your initial view based on?
Well, it wasn't
There were
really,
no intruders.
it wasn't really based on any facts, my lord, because it was before I had an opportunity to really look at the docket, except what I was hearing. But when one looked at the docket, and I will deal with what convinced me, my lord, you know, I had to look at certain facts that were contained in the docket, and those facts made me come to a conclusion that there is no other way there were intruders.
Okay, mina oqala umbono wami kwawuphuma nje ekutheni yini engangiyizwile kodwa uma sengibheka ke sengifundisisa idocket ngagcina ngibonile ukuthi egcineni kufanele kube khona abahlaseli ababekhona.
Yes, but perhaps maybe just to deal with it in a more structured way, you make copies for members of all members of the team. You ask them to go and read the evidence and analyze it. What happened thereafter?
So we would have then got together, my lord, where now these different views came up that, you know, there's the two that I've mentioned, the two members believe they were intruders, and we had a view, I had a view, together with Colonel Ramohala, that the evidence suggests that they were intruders. And it is based on that slowly then we went apart. There was no formal arrangement for the team, these other two members, to stop working with us, but they sort of, we just went different directions, my lord. And that gave rise to the opening of the docket 375 of 1/2019. I was not aware of it.
Eqaleni ke njengoba sengishilo ukuthi uWarrant Officer Makubu noButhelezi babe nalomqondo ukuthi babengekho abantu ababehlasele. Mina ke noRamkhala sasibona ukuthi impela bakhona abantu ababekhona ababehlasele. Ilokho kwagcina kwenze ukuthi kube nokwehlukana. Yilapho ke kwavula khona le docket u375 mina engingenalwazi olukhulu ngayo.
I learned at a lesser stage, my lord, after this docket was opened, that it was in existence, and it was suggesting that certain people in the house were involved, or rather.
Menje ke mina ke ngathi gcina sengizwe kamuva ukuthi ikhona le docket ekhona ebiphenya ukuthi ngalo umhlahlandlela ukuthi kwakukhona abantu ababekhona la ngaphakathi endlini.
Correct, yes. I also heard, my lord, that it dealt with the issue of, you know, I'm just summing up. I know that you want us to go there.
Yes, we'll get there. When was this?
Sorry, can I ask the witness to raise his voice? I can hardly hear since I'm far away from the witness.
Are you aware as to who opened this docket for Flores 3751 of 2019?
Uyazi ukuthi ubani owavula le docket le u-Phosphorus 375 of 1 of 2019?
Yes, according to the system, my lord, it's warrant officer Makubo.
Yebo, ngokuya-ke ngomshini le docket yavula u-warrant officer Makubo.
I may also add, my lord, the reason I did not have that much information, I never had sight of this docket. The only time I saw it briefly, not actually perusing it, but seeing the file, was at the DPP's office here in Pretoria on the 29th of January 2020, but seeing the file, not actually the contents, that was the first time.
Ngicela uPaula ukuthi yini indaba nginalwazi olukhulu ngale file le ukuthi nje angizange ngiyibone le file kakhulu. Into engayenza ukuthi ngiyibone kancane nje ngilunguze kwa DPP ngomhla 21st kuJanuary
2020.
January 2020. Mhla 29 kuJanuary 2020.
Then the second time was when, my lord, it was ordered, I think in 22 by the court, that it must be disclosed to the defense, and obviously then it was made available to the state advocate, and we had to make copies. I think that would have been 2022 or so. That was already the first time when we were making copies, I actually had sight of it for the first time.
And uthi ngibona oqala ila kwakuthiwa khona ke ifanele ke ivezwe futhi yenzelwe ama copy abameli ila kwenziwa kwaphaka ukuthi ke nathi sikwazi ukuthi siyithole siyibuke.
Are you able to put a month as to when in 2022 that was, when you first had sight of the contents of this docket,
My lord,
3751 of 2019?
Yes, yeah, 3751. Yeah, I think it will be after September, October, around that period, because I know that was the time the DPP and myself were given instruction to get this docket for the defense. So it was around that period, September, October 2022, my lord.
Ngicela ukuthi nyanga September noma October ngoba ingalesi sikhathi DPP acela khona ukuthi senze ama copy ale document senzela abameli.
You mentioned that you first saw the docket at the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions on 29 January 2020. Can you just briefly deal with the circumstances under which you saw that docket?
Manje ngaphansi kwasiphi isimo uze ngomhla ka 29 January 2020 nikwazi ukubona le document?
Yes, so the circumstances were as follows, my lord. Subsequent to the differences that arose between us, let's say the investigators that were nominated, and I'm including Warrant Officer Makubo and Buthelezi.
Emva kokuthi ke kube nokwehlukana ngembono phakathi kwethu no Warrant Officer Makubo.
The National Commissioner then appointed a Brigadier Perumal, to actually come and lead. And one, it was for the purpose of him making analysis on what is contained in the docket, and secondly, to lead the team now between the SAPS and the NPA, because it was not how do I put it, my lord? It was not a suitable environment between the parties that were involved, and it was overflowing to the NPA in terms of who now must brief the NPA with these different views that were now taken to them on this matter.
Kuthemba kwaloko ke ukwathi emva ukuthi kuqale ukuphenywa lolu daba lolu kwagcina ke sekubekwa u National Commissioner waqoka u Brigadier Perumal ukuthi ahlazele I docket yaleli cala nokuthi ahole uphenyo ngoba kwakunengqaki ukuthi ke phakathi kweNPA neSAPS ubani ohola uphenyo lwalolu daba ngoba kufanele kube nathi thina sifanele sikwazi ukutshela i-NPA siba briefing ukuthi kwenzekani kuleli cala.
Now, Brigadier Perumal, my lord, was at that stage leading, I think, the commercial unit in the Eastern Cape. He was from the Eastern Cape.
Manje uBrigadier Perumal ngaleso sikhathi waye ngaphansi kwe-commercial unit e-Eastern Cape.
And he was assisted by then Colonel Woods, who was from the DPCI anti-corruption unit. He's now a brigadier in the Western Cape also
Manje ngaleso
for the
sikhathi
anti-corruption unit.
ngaleso sikhathi kwayehola uKolonel Lewis
Colonel Woods is now a brigadier. Woods.
uKolonel Lewis ke manje sekuthiwa useyibrigadier.
Now, my lord, when they came on board, I was asked by them to avail the docket at the time, which I did so that they could make copies, analyze the docket, because they needed to brief the NACOM.
Manje kuthiwa ngaleso sikhathi ke ngacelwa ukuthi ngenze amakhophi ke edocket ukuze bakwazi ukubreak i-NAFCOM.
I also do know, my lord, that they tried to find the other docket because when they came on board, it was after this 375 docket was already opened.
Manje ngiyazi ukuba bazama ukuthola le document ngoba ngaleso sikhathi ngiyazi ukuthi idocket ka-375 leselivuliwe.
But they did not succeed.
Kodwa abazange bakwazi ukwenza lokho.
So just a minute. If you say they, who are you referring to?
I'm referring to Brigadier Perumal and Brigadier Lutz.
Ngisho uBrigadier Perumal noBrigadier Lewis.
But why were they unsuccessful in their efforts to obtain a copy of this docket 3751 of 2019?
Yini indaba bahlula ukuthi bathole le docket ye-375?
I was informed, my lord, that they received resistance when Brigadier Perumal tried to phone the two members with an intention of getting this docket. From what he told me, there was resistance, a mere resistance, and as a result, they did not succeed.
So ngaleso sikhathi ke bathola ukuthi bahlangabezana nenkinga uma bezama ukukhuluma nalamalunga amabili bethi bezama ukuthola le document.
Yes, we can just perhaps leave out of account what he told you, but the fact of the matter is they were not successful in getting a copy of CAS 3751 of 2019.
That is correct. They were not successful, my lord.
Athi yebo abazange bakwazi ukuphumelela ekuyithubeleni le document.
Yes.
Now, they then, after analyzing the docket, my lord, they, I know that there was a meeting with the National Commissioner where they briefed him, obviously, of the challenge that I've mentioned and what they saw on this docket in terms of the view. It must also be mentioned, my lord, or noted that at that stage, we were not in sight of any of these accused. So it was just merely, what is the docket telling us? Is it telling us that they were intruders, or is it telling us that there were no intruders? So as to who were the perpetrators at that stage, we were not there. There was no clue and none whatsoever at that stage.
So ngaleso sikhathi ke bathi mabehlaziya le document beyibheka bahamba bahlangana ne-National Commissioner ukuthi bazomchazela ukuthi baboneni kule document le ngoba ngaleso sikhathi ke kwangakabi nabasolwa kodwa ke kwakuna le document phela bafanele bachaze ukuthi yini abayibonanga ngaphakathi ukuthi babe khona yini abahlaseli noma babengekho ngoba abantu ke kuthiwa ke babe ngathoswa leli cala babengakabi.
The report that was given, my lord, was that they were of the view that there were perpetrators who came into the house, as much as they do not know who, but the evidence suggested that there were perpetrators who came into the house.
Yes.
I'm not sure if such report has been handed over to the defense.
Yes.
I'm not sure if such report has been handed over to the defense.
They share their view with you. What happened further?
Bathe ngaleso sikhathi ke nanoma babecabanga ukuthi babekhona abahlaseli ababekhona lapho nanoma ke babengakabibikho abasolwa.
I was then, my lord, asked by them that I should introduce them now to the prosecutor from the NPA that is dealing with that matter at that stage, because it was already assigned to the North Gauteng DPP.
Ngasengicela ke ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi ngibahlanganiseke nomshushisi owayeshushisa lelo cala ngaleso sikhathi.
That, my lord, led me to me making arrangements with the DPP, and subsequently then that meeting of the 29th of January 2020 then took place, where Brigadier Perumal was there for the first time to meet the DPP and obviously indicate that he will be leading, from the ACPS side on the directive of the NPA, and obviously the directive or the direction that investigation will be taking.
With due respect, we're going to request the Brigadier to raise up his voice once again, because he starts well, but towards the end of his explanation, it's becoming faint. We are unable to follow everything that is saying.
My lord, I'm speaking as much as I can, so I will consider that, because
Somebody can switch off this aircon.
Apparently they're centrally
Oh, it's
controlled.
central, by the way.
It cannot be switched on.
I will do my best, my lord, but I'm doing the best I can.
Yes, you can continue.
So,
Perhaps if you can just move the dockets to the side and get closer to the microphone.
is this one I'm using?
Yes,
This one?
yeah.
Yes. So then on the 29th of January, my lord, 2020, we then met the team that was assembled, or rather that was assigned from the NPA to deal with this matter.
Ngomhla 29 January 2020 ilesihlahla nakhona nethimba elaliqokwe ukuthi lubheke lolu daba.
The names that I recall, it was Advocate Leonard.
Oyabanye ke ngibakhumbulayo Advocate Leonard.
I think there was also Advocate Makwata
Ngikhumbula mhlambe futhi no Advocate Makwata
and Advocate Baloyi, that is before court. my
no
lord.
Advocate Baloyi olaphambi kwenkantolo.
Yes.
My lord, so the Brigadier obviously introduced himself, and the two members, I'm just not sure whether they arrived first or they found us there, but Warrant Officer Makubo and Butelezi also arrived.
Warrant Officer Makubu and who else?
Butelezi.
No Buthelezi nabo bafika ngisakhumbula ukuthi laba abanye bazethulana noma bazethulana.
And that is the day, my lord, where I said they were in possession now of this 375 docket, which obviously I saw from the distance when they were addressing the DPP about it.
Yila ngithi khona ngabona ke le docket 375 engithi mina ngayibona kodwa ikude.
Yes.
And it was also the first time that Brigadier Perumal, my lord, came face to face with them, obviously after facing the challenge of getting the copies of the docket.
Ilapho ke Brigadier Perumal wabonana nabo emva kokuthi athole le docket.
Yes.
The meeting, my lord, didn't really end well because the Brigadier was taking exception about the protocol that was not being followed, discipline. So it didn't end well, which ended with the two members leaving with that docket from the DPP, leaving us behind with the state advocates.
Lapho ke umhlangano zange uphele kahle ngoba uBrigadier Penman wayekhononda ukuthi ke inqubo enhle ayizange ilandelwe nokuthi ke abazange basebenze ngendlela enhle. Ilapho ke laba babili basuka behamba naleyo docket.
Yes.
Obviously, the investigations and the instructions, my lord, we didn't discuss when we were left, with the DPP to say what is their view, what must be followed, those nitty-gritty were discussed. Obviously, after these issues were dealt with, these differences and the arguments, my lord.
Sebehambileke kwakhulunywa ngokuthi uphenyo lufanele lwenzeke kanjani ke nokuthi ke kufanele kulandulwe yiphi indlela yokubuka umbono omuphi nokuthi kufanele kwenzeke kanjani ke emva kokuthi ke kukhulunyeke nanokuthi ke kwakuhlukanwa kanjani ngembono ngaphambili.
Yes.
Yes, I think my recollection, my lord, that's what happened on the 29th at the DPP's office.
Engikhumbulayo ke ukuthi lokhu kwenzeka mhla 29 ehhovisi lika DPP.
And you mentioned that you never saw the docket until in September of 2022.
That is correct, my lord.
Athi yebo ngizange ngiphinde ngibone le docket yofika mhla September 2022.
And is it correct that at that stage the previous proceedings were underway?
That is correct, my lord.
Futhi ke leli kwakuqula ke kwakusaqhubeka leso sikhathi.
Brigadier, if we can then come back to what you mentioned earlier on, that upon your assessment of the docket, there were certain facts that informed you that there were intruders.
Absolutely, my lord. There were those factors, but as I was looking into those factors, I must also mention that I was looking at them in relation to Longwe Twala, because in the midst of those allegations, Longwe's name was coming up as a possible suspect who may have shot.
Khona uningi engibhekile ngaphakathi kwale docket lo engangibhekile ukuthi ke kwakhulunywa kakhulu ngolongethwala ukuthi uyena wayedubulile uyena wayedutshula
Who may have shot the deceased.
ukuthi uyena oyengaba edubule umufi.
Yes.
So one of the things that I looked at, my lord, obviously when I looked at the docket, was to establish that according to the preliminary statements which the defense has, there was a report that one of the cell phone belonging to Ms. Kelly Kumalo was robbed. That was one of the allegations that was said there.
Please come again, I didn't hear you.
So in the preliminary reporting, in other words, your A1 statements, it was alleged, my lord, that during this robbery that led now to the killing of the deceased, a cell phone belonging to Ms. Kelly Kumalo was taken by the intruders.
Tuage qaleni ke kwaphenya kwabonakala ukuthi ngesikhathi ke kuhlaselwa lapha i-cellphone Kelly Kumalo nayo yanto.
I was able to establish a specific number that was taken, my lord, because she had two cell phones that were disclosed according to the docket.
Mina ngakwazi ukuthola ukuthi yipi number ngoba inamba zombili zaziveziwe kusho ukuthi inamba zika Kelly Kumalo.
Yes, so there was a 082 number, I think it's 703, I forgot the last four numbers, that was not taken. Then the 072 is the one that was alleged to have been taken by the perpetrators.
Kulezi number embili ke u082 no072 eyayithathiwe ke u082.
No, 072.
U072.
Now, my lord, I looked at the cell phone records that were already available, that were requested by the first investigation team, because after they took over the matter, they applied for Section 205, and those records of all the numbers of the people who were in the house were available on the docket.
Ke ngabheka ke umbiko ukhuluma ngala mafoni ngoba wonke amafoni alaba bebekhona ngaphakathi kwakucelwe imbiko ngaphansi kwa section 205.
What one could establish, what I could establish, my lord, is that before the incident took place, you can place all the cell phones, including this particular one that was alleged to be taken, on that one tower. In other words, the people who were in the house, inclusive of the alleged stolen phone, was under one tower, so they were at the crime scene.
Kuthiwa ke wonke ke lamafoni ke kuyabonakala ukuthi ayebonwa itower eyodwa kusho ukuthi wonke lamafoni ayesendaweni yobugebengu.
Now, after the shooting, the shooting incidents, the people who were in the house, my lord, moved to the hospital and they were picked up by the tower at the hospital.
Manje emva kokudutshulwa bonke abantu ababekhona lapha endaweni yobugebengu bahamba baye esibhedlela ngoba bonke amafoni abo aqhumana nale tower yasesibhedlela.
And that is in line with their statements that I was reading in the docket, my lord.
Lokho kuhambisana nezitatimende ezazikhona lapha edokethini.
However, the alleged robbed phone takes a different direction, and when they were sitting at the hospital, the tower was the robbed cell phone was picking up a different tower at Muleleki section.
Can you repeat it again?
So I'm saying, my all right. So all right. So after the shooting, my lord, or the incident had taken place, the people, the people who were in the house moved to the hospital. That is when they were taking the deceased. That is corroborated by their statements, and their cell phone location places them in the tower that covers the clinic. However, my lord, the robbed phone went to a different direction. And I could not get an explanation as to who was in possession of this cell phone except the intruder, because one could confirm everyone who was in the house at the hospital. In other words, my lord, if there were no intruders, one would not have expected the phone to go to a different direction. It would have remained at the scene or go with the people who were in the house to the same direction.
Manje uma babengekho ababehlasele naye le phone yayobe iyesibhedlela noma isebekhaya ngaphandle ke uma kuukuthi kwakukhona ababehlasele.
Just a minute.
Yes. So that was the first piece of evidence, my lord, that I looked at that told me there was a problem. The second one.
Just a minute. If you say that indicated to you there was a problem, what do you mean?
Well, when I said it was a problem, I'm referring to the suggestion that there were no intruders, because it was clear someone was in possession of that phone to a different direction.
Just a minute. Now, cell phone evidence has been placed before this court by Ms. Pinky Fillingham. And I just want to refer you to Exhibit J1.
Yes, my lord.
It's her affidavit.
Miss Pinky Fillingham. Umbiko wakhe ukhona lapha ku exhibit umbukiso JJ1.
And I just wish to draw your attention to page 1188 of her affidavit.
Yes.
Those are extracts of Section 205 pertaining to a specific number.
Lapho kucaphunwe section 205 mayelana nenumber ethize.
Referring to the GPRS stream of that particular number.
Ukusho ukuthi ama message e-GPRS ayephuma kuleyo number.
Can you just place that number on record?
Cela usitshele ukuthi yiphi leyo number?
So the number, my lord, it's 072.
Number 072.
Yeah, it's writing small, my lord. Can I use my phone, my lord, just quickly to
Wait,
Yes.
is it not legible there?
No, it's not, my lord. But I know it's 072. I can see. Then it's 93. I can see the last numbers is 249. If I can, maybe please.
Okay.
Yeah, nice. No, it's not legible, my lord. But I can see that the last number is two. The last three numbers is 249. 249, and it starts with 072. I think it's 93. I don't see what comes after 3, my lord, but then it's 249.
Mr. Baloyi, you don't have a copy of that document.
Please, we'll refer you to another exhibit of Lieutenant Colonel Spain. That's exhibit O. It's exhibit O, page 33. Where reference is made to a number. Can you just place that number on record?
Okay.
On page 33 at the bottom.
33 at the bottom. Yeah, but at the bottom, 072, my lord. 9382495.
Is 072 938 2495.
No, I think it's 98, my lord. Sorry, it's 8.
2498.
Yes, 072 938 2498, my lord. That's the number.
Yes. And the name of the person against whom that number appears?
Kelly Kumalo.
So le phone eka Kelly Kumalo.
You earlier mentioned that you were able to establish two of the numbers and that the one number started with 082, the other one with 072. Are you able to recognize that number?
So the bottom one, my lord, it is 072, is the second number that I was able to establish. The 082, I don't see it on page 33, my lord.
Yes.
On page 33 of Colonel Stein's statement.
Yes.
Angikwazi ukuyibona estatementini sika Kenneth Stein le speed numbers.
Just at the top, just there where your hand is. Just at the bottom of the page.
The bottom of the page.
Scott, please, I see it's almost time for the normal short adjournment. Can you adjourn?
Yeah, okay, fine. Let's adjourn for 15 minutes. Yes.
So please note, Brigadier Gininda, when you adjourned, you were trying to decipher the number that appears on Exhibit J1.
Yes, my lord.
Are you able to read the number now?
Correct, my lord. It's 27. I'll read it as it's contained here. It's 27 72 938 2498.
And
Okay. Must I read it? It's 27 72 938 2498.
Numbers in number lena 2772938248.
are you able to recognize that number?
Yes, my lord. That is the number that belonged to Miss Kelly Kumalo, the one that was reported as being taken by the perpetrators during this incident.
Yebo ngiyazi le number inumber kaKelly Khumalo le ayibikiwe njenge number eyayithathwe yilabo ababehlasela.
You mentioned earlier on in your evidence that this very same number pick up Muleleki Tower. Are you able to find that information on Exhibit J1?
That is correct, my lord. It did pick it up indeed. The time is 21:52, and the date is 26 October 2014, and the tower is 3G Muleleki.
Yebo iyaqhumana ne-tower lena imleleki ngoba isikhathi sika 21:52 okusho ukuthi ke 8 minutes to 10 ya ngomhla ka 26 ku-October 2014 iyahlangana iyaqhumana le phone ngale nale tower le umluleki i-3G umluleki tower.
And my lord, at this time, this is where the people who were in the house, including Mr. Longo Twala, were at the clinics. They were picked up by that tower. So he was there. And in addition to that, I know we're still going there. The vehicle tracking system places him there as well, at the clinic.
But ngaleso sikhathi ke le number lena iyabonana ngaleso sikhathi ese clinic ngoba ngaleso sikhathi bonke labo besinde babese clinic.
Thank you, Brigadier. You said the cell phone information on the robbed phone was one of the factors that informed you that there were intruders. Were there any other factors that informed your view that there were intruders?
Khona yini okunye okuholela ekutheni ucabanga ukuthi babe khona abahlaseli?
That's correct, my lord. So the second thing that I looked at was the DNA, because the DNA.
Okunye ke engakubheka ulibofuzo iDNA.
Because it was alleged, my lord, or rather it was contained in the statements that the perpetrators left a head, which through the DNA analysis, a mixed DNA was established, was found in that head.
Uthola laba babengenile lapho bashiya isigqoko lapho kuleso sigqoko kwatholakala ulibofuzo olohlukile.
Now, my lord, I checked that DNA that was found in comparison with the DNA of everyone who was inside the house.
Ngahlo zama ukuqhathanisa lelo libofuzo ebuleso sigqokweni nalo abantu ababengaphakathi endlini.
And what I found was that the DNA of everyone who was inside the house was excluded from the DNA found on the head, meaning the donor or the contributor of the DNA on the head was not any of the people who was inside the house.
Ngakuthola ukuthi ulibofuzo lalo orathola esigqokweni liyabakhipha bonke ababekhona endlini.
Yes.
Now that, my lord, was also an indication that someone, because if the DNA is found at the scene and you can exclude everyone who was in the house, there was a donor and we did not know who it was. So that was a second point, which I regard as objective because it's not a man-made story. It's objective. It's science, my lord.
futhi ke naloko kwangikholele okwesibili okwangikholela ukuthi ngicabanga ukuthi kwakukhona omunye ngaphandle kwalabo ababekhona endlini ngoba lokho akuyona into engayizwa into engayithola engaphikiseki.
Now, if you say look at the DNA profile, how was this information presented? Where was it contained?
It was contained in the report of a captain. I just forgot his name, but he's an analyst, he's an expert who did the examination, my lord. So it's contained in his report.
Manje ke lokho ke ngakuthola umbiko owenziwa omunye ukapteni engasalikhumbula igama lakhe owuchwepheshe.
I just want to show you a document which serves as exhibit X in brackets 11.
Correct,
Are
my
you
lord.
able to recognize this document?
Yes, this is part of the report I'm referring to, my lord. That deals with the DNA comparison of the people who were inside the house by this expert I was referring to.
Yebo lona umbiko oqhathanisa ulibofuzo lalabo abebekhona endlini nolibofuzo ke olutholakala lapha esigqokweni.
And if I can place it on record, my lord, so he documented the name number 1, which is Mthokozi Sithwala, and
Manje ke waveza amagama ke abantu oqala ngwele kaMthokozi Sithwala.
and it says the results are that excluded on all samples.
Manje kuyabonakala ukuthi umbiko uthi ukhishiwe kuwo wonke amasampuli.
Kelly Kumalo
Wesibili uKelly Khumalo
excluded on all samples.
uthi naye ke ukhishiwe kuwo wonke amasampuli.
Madlala Tumelo
Utumelo Madlala ulandelayo
excluded on all
naye
samples.
ukhishiwe.
Longwe Twala
Ulongwe Thwala
excluded on all
naye
samples.
ukhishiwe kuwo wonke amasampuli.
And then Zandile Kumalo
Futhi kunoSandile Khumalo
included on the smear of Ken, but not on the smear of Ken.
yena ke ulibofuzo lakhe DNA yakhe yatholakala ekanini leSminoff.
Gladness Kumalo
uGladness Khumalo
included on the EF swab and from toilet door handle.
uyena ke uthola ulibofuzo lakhe DNA yakhe etholakala lapha kwihandle noma isibambo lesalapha emnyango.
Yes, that is the essence of it, my lord. So in essence, in the mixed DNA of the head, none of them were right, my lord.
Manje okubonakalayo ukuthi ke kule DNA ehlangene iqhutshiwe ebisesigqokweni akekho kulaba ababaliwe okutholakala ukuthi iDNA yakhe noma ulibofuzo lwakhe liyatholakala lapha esigqokweni.
Yes, you may continue. Any other factor?
Yes, so that was the second factor. Then the third factor, my lord, I've touched base on it, but I'll go deeper into it, was now the vehicle tracking system of Longwe, because I was able to establish, it's contained in one of the affidavit, that he was driving a red Polo, and then I looked at his vehicle movement to see if he went elsewhere. And what I found, my lord, can I get on?
Yebo okunye ke ukuthi ke ngibheke nokuthi imoto kaLongwe ethwala yalandelelwa i-tracking system ukuthi ngokuthiwa hamba ngepolo ebovu kuthiwa ayiyona yahamba yaqonda kwenye indawo.
Now, from the scene, my lord, after it arrived at the scene, it also moved to the clinics, to the hospital. In other words, when his cell phone tower and others were picked up at the clinic, that vehicle was there. It was not, for example, at the place where this robbed cell phone was, the Moleleki Tower.
Manje ke kuyabonakala ukuthi ngesikhathi ke beye eclinic laba abanye ngaleso sikhathi imoto yakhe yabonakala ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi itholakala nayo ise-clinic. Okusho ukuthi ayizange ihambe nale cellphone le eyantshontshwa.
Can I carry on?
Yes, I just want to show you the automated vehicle occasion or the tracker report on a vehicle which currently serves before this court as Exhibit Triple P. And I want you in particular to refer to page 47. At 210409.
Yes, my lord. So at 210409, my lord, the vehicle is picked up at Sam Sikati Avenue, Vosloorus, Gauteng South, South Africa.
Manje ngesikhathi ka-25-10409 imoto lena ibonakala ikumgwaqo usemsikwati eFosloorus.
And it indicates, my lord, that the ignition was switched off.
Kuyakhombisa ngaleso sikhathi ukuthi imoto icinyiwe.
And just place again on record the tracker report is in respect of which vehicle?
It's in respect of a Polo Vivo, Volkswagen. That is the vehicle that I know was driven by Mr. Longwetwala, my lord.
Lombiko lona ungepolo Vivo Volkswagen AI imoto eshayelwe uLongwetwala.
Thank you. You earlier in your evidence referred to the fact that the cell phone records of Mr. Longwetwala also places him at the hospital at a particular time?
That is correct, my lord, and they are in line with where the vehicle was.
But yebo namasefona akhombisa ukuthi wayesesibhedlela yini ilapho futhi nemoto ayikho.
I just want to refer you again to the section 205 extract of a cell phone which has been handed in as Exhibit Triple J1, page 2186.
Correct, my lord, yes, I have it.
At 2105, can you just place the particulars of that cell phone number on record?
Yes, my lord, it's 27 60 080 4043.
Yebo le number i-2760 080 4043.
And then the tower that is being picked up, my lord, is Clinique Vosloorus.
Manje ke ithawa ke eqhunyana nayo iclinic eFosloorus.
And do you remember who was the user of this phone?
It was Longwetwala, my lord.
Wayesebenzisa le phone kwakuLongwetwala.
Yes. Any other factor?
Yes, my lord. So that was that, my lord. Then the other factor that I looked at, my lord, was the eyewitnesses, not the people who were in the house, because there were questions that we were trying to address.
Abanye ke ofakazi ababezibonele ngamehlo angisho laba bebesendlini.
And that now led me, my lord, to the statements that were disposed of the neighbors, the people who were walking on the street.
Lokho ke kwatholakala embikweni ebekwe kusho ukuthi ke istatement ezenzwa ababe omakhelwane nababe semgwaqweni.
For example, my lord, I can without obviously specifically mentioning what is contained in the statement. For example, the Ngashes, who were the next door neighbors, my lord. Ngashes.
So omunye kusho ukuthi ke umbi i-statement sakwanqashe ababe umakhelwane.
Yes. One of members of the family of Ngashe, Kai Ngashe, has testified as a witness in this matter.
Yes.
Does that name ring a bell?
Yes, it does. It does. He was one of the family members in that the neighbors to the crime scene.
Omunye ke welungu lomndeni wakwanqashe usezile wayezoletha ubufakazi la enkantolo.
Yes.
And my lord, in their statement, it was clear that they saw people running out, my lord. So there was a clear, if you read the statement, in essence, that people were seen running out during that commotion of the shooting from the crime scene.
Kule nqushu ke ukudubula bathi babona abantu bephuma bebaleka.
Yes, except for the Ngashe family, any other statements of neighbors that you can remember?
Yes, absolutely, my lord. There was one also that I remember, I think two that I came across of, the first name that I remember is Ntabiseng. They were, she's associated with the Department of Correctional Services. They were just sitting opposite the crime scene when this incident happened. And I do recall that in part of that statement, it is clearly mentioned that perpetrators were seen running out of from the direction of the Kelly Kumalo's house to the direction of the park.
Ngiphinda ngikhumbule igama likaNthabiseng okuthiwa uxhumana ne-Department of Correctional Services. Wathi babehleli ke kule ndlu ebhekene nendawo yobugebengu. Estatementini sabo basho ukuthi nabo babona izelelesi ziphuma zibaleka.
It was two witnesses, my lord. There were two. I do remember that it's two females, and both of them witnessed people running out of that house to the direction of the park.
Kwakufakazi ababili besifazane abasho ukuthi babona izelelesi ziphuma zibaleka.
Ms. Ntabise Mokete testified before this court. Does that name ring a bell?
Yes, it does. It does ring a bell, my lord.
Ngiyakhumbula yini igama likaNthabiseng Mokete wathi yebo ngiyakhumbula.
I can further also, my lord, say while I was looking at that, I just don't recall whether it's Ntabiseng or the other lady, the description of the dreadlocks was mentioned by these witnesses, which was in line with the statements that were made by the people who were inside the house, who said one of the perpetrators had dreadlocks.
Manje ke omunye ke ngisho ukuthi ngiyazi ukuthi yilo munye wayenontabiseng owaveza ukuthi ke omunye walabantu ababebaleka wayenama dreadlocks okusho ukuthi lokhu kuhambisana nestatement salabo ababesendlini abasho ukuthi omunye waze lezizelelesi waye nama dreadlock.
My lord, I also remember that there was also another statement that I looked at. I think it's one of the neighbors as well, Makaleni or Mekeleni, who also assisted even in the drawing of the identikit of the second suspect that had a hoodie.
Had a
hoodie.
Manje ke kuthiwa ke omunye ke ngisakhumbula ukuthi kulesi statement sakhe wathi wakaMakhaleni waMakheleni owasiza ke ukuthi kudwetshwe umfanekiso womunye walezi silelisi lesi wayegqoke leli bhantshi elihambisana nesigqoko ihoodie ngesingisi.
Now, my lord, what I established there is that there was no relationship between the end of the people who were in the house with these neighbors, except that they were neighbors, but there was no reasons I could find that these neighbors will actually lie or be influenced to say they saw people running out of the house or running from that direction to the direction of the park for no reason. In other words, I found credence and reliability in that they were telling the truth in terms of what they saw.
Manje ngibona sengathi ke ubufakazi balabo abomakhelwane buyamukeleka ngoba akunabudlelwane obu phakathi kwalabo ababesendlini nalabo fakazi abebe omakhelwane ababethi bona babona izelelesi zibaleka ziye parkini okusho ukuthi ubufakazi babo buyamukeleka.
Just going to show you an identikit which serves as exhibit BB before this court on the screen.
Yes. So the identikit, my lord, that I'm referring to is the one on the left that was drawn by this neighbor or member of the public, my lord, in terms of describing one of the perpetrators that he saw. That is the suspect with the hoodie on the left on the screen.
manje lapho umfanekiso okhombisa lesisale lelesi esadwetshwa besizwa ilo makhelwane lo ilesi sithombe esingakwesokunene.
Yes, that's the.
Thank you. Is any other factors?
Yes, my lord. So I then also looked at the first responding officers who attended to this scene. And when I looked at their statements, I also noted that the report they received is that there was a shooting and the perpetrators ran on the direction of the park. Although there was a misunderstanding going to the clinic and back and so forth, my lord, but what was apparently clear that the first reporting that was given to them was the indication that there was a shooting and the perpetrators ran to the direction of the park.
Futhi ke owaqala ngibuke nombiko wamaphoyisa lawa babekuqala ukuthi baye ukuyobona ukuthi kwenzekani endaweni yesigameko owasho ukuthi ke bathi abakuthola ukuthi kwakukhona ukudubula okwenzeka futhi ke nesizilelesi zabaleka ziya ephakini.
Do you remember who these officers are?
My lord, I remember the names Mtetwa and I think Matebula. I remember those two.
Engibakhumbulayo ababili uMthethwa noMathebula.
They've also testified before this court. Is it?
That is correct, my lord.
Yebo sebelethe ubufakazi enkantolo na.
Yes, you may continue.
Now, my lord, taking all these facts, that I've mentioned, I could not. I think it would have been a miscarriage of justice to still believe with this fact that no one came into the house. There is no way. So I was convinced that people came into the house, and now the biggest task that was lying ahead was to find these perpetrators, my lord.
Manje ke uma sengibuka konke ke lokhu ngagcina ngifike esinqumeni sokuthi babe khona abantu ababehlasela zazikhona izelelesi ezasingene kulowo muzi ngoba ubufakazi buyakhombisa ukuthi khona abantu ababaleka bephuma endlini.
We'll return to this aspect in a while. If we can just briefly go back to the stage after Brigadier Perimal came on board to oversee the investigation. Were there any meetings convened with interested parties in the matter?
Yes, indeed. Indeed, my lord. Sorry, my lord, if I can just go back, I forgot something that I want to conclude on this part of things that I took into account when I was establishing. I also looked at the statements, obvious of the people who were in the house, my lord, to see as to whether the description that is given is in line with what the members of the public, if I can put it in that context, if it's in line, if what they describe inside, insofar as the perpetrators are concerned, is it in line with what you are seeing outside, And I found that it was in line. There may have been small differences, but in essence, two intruders were described, one with dreadlocks, one with a hoodie, tall, slender. So there were similarities, my lord. That's the aspect that I also considered.
Manje ke ngaphinde ngahlola futhi nokuthi ke istatement zabantu ababesendlini nalencazelo esayithola kubantu abangaphandle ukuthi kuyahambisana na ngase ngithola ukuthi yebo lezi ncazelo ziyavumelana nanoma ngabe khona ukwehluka okuncane kodwa kuhambelana ziyahambelana ngoba kukhona ke incazelo ukuthi kwakukhona wayena dreadlocks khona futhi nowayemude ezacile kuyabonakala ukuthi incazelo lezo ziyahambisana.
If you can perhaps once again, if you can refer to Exhibit BB,
yes,
the identikit.
Yes. So, and when I say the description, my lord, I'm referring now this sketch, this identikit, my lord, because people were in the house, some of them contributed insofar as the drawing of the identikit of the man with the dreadlocks and added part of the things on the identikit of the man with the hoodie, my lord. So there was that contribution when Warrant Officer Steenkamp through the identikits.
Warrant Steenkamp zo dweba ke lama identikits la lemfanekiso lena ekhona la phambili kwenkantolo kusho ukuthi ke nalabo bekhona la ngaphakathi endlini nabo baba nomthelela ekuzameni ukusiza ukuthi ke kuphume lemfanekiso le.
Yes, we've already referred to the one with the hoodie.
Yes.
The other identikit.
Yes, this came about as the result of the description given inside the house, my lord. And what is common is the dreadlocks, which was mentioned, as I said, by Tap Singh, for example, that I recall in seeing that in a statement.
Yebo ke lo ogqoke ihoodie lona sesikhulumile ngayo kodwa ke lo omunye ke oma dreadlocks lo mfanekiso lo wenziwe besizwa yilabantu ababesendlini ohambisana ke futhi nobufakazi oba sathola kuNthabiseni.
Yes, thank you. If we can then come to the meeting with stakeholders.
Yes. So after that, my lord, we were then engaged. The Office of the National Commissioner was then engaged by AfriForum. I do remember Advocate Gerinel came on record to say he's got a mandate to represent the family, and he placed a request to meet the investigation team at that time.
Manje ke Office of the National Commissioner ke kushwa ke la tindana nabe AfriForum mayelana nokuphenya kwaleli cala.
No, AfriForum engaged us, and then AfriForum engaged the National Commissioner.
AfriForum yona yakhulumisana nabe national ne-office the National Commissioner.
Yes. We were then, my lord, under the the command of Brigadier Perumal, directed to go and meet them as per the request.
Manje ke i-office lika Brigadier Perumal lathi ke sihambe siyokhulumisana na.
I do not recall the date, my lord, but I know it was around March, April 2020, my lord.
Angisakhumbuli ke ukuthi inyanga kokuyi.
Sorry, beg your pardon. March, April 2019, my lord.
Angisakhumbuli ukuthi inyanga kokuyiphi kokuMarch mhlambe ku-April 2019.
Yes, my lord. So we met them, my lord, and indeed they came on board to say they are representing the family. They simply wanted to place themselves on record.
Manje ke bona ke basitshela ukuthi bona bamela umndeni bafuna nje ukuthi izimvo zabo zizwakala.
And there was an understanding that that will be the go-through lines, the reporting lines, and that is the case up to today.
Wathi ke basitshela ukuthi ibona ke esifanele sibike kubona and isimo sinjalo kufikela namhlanje.
If you say there was an understanding that there will be go-through lines, what do you mean?
So it was a lot was discussed, my lord, but at the end of the day, insofar as giving the feedback to the family and the concerns of the family, there was an understanding that since they are now watching brief, they will be the one talking to us, and we will talk to them, and then they will communicate to the family.
Lokhu kuchaza ukuthi ibona abazokhuluma nomndeni bona ke bazobheka konke bese bethinta thina uma sefanele kuyobikwa emndenini sekuyoba yibona abebika emndenini.
Yes. The issue of the two should I say concept, my lord, of whether people came into the house or not was also raised as a concern to them from them, and they wanted a clarity.
It's fine, we gave them a briefing.
Right.
What happened further?
All right. Now, subsequent to that, my lord, then we carried on, my lord, in now trying to look now for the perpetrators, for the intruders.
Sabe ke zama ke ukuthola izelelezi
Was this,
ezazihlasela.
sorry, is this the only meeting that the only briefing that you had with AfriForum?
No, it wasn't the only one. There were few that came after, but immediately after that one, my lord, there was one that I attended on my own, where the National Commissioner said I must now deal with them as the lead investigator without Brigadier Perumal, because he was taken off as the coordinator.
Kona umhlangano oyesaba nawo kuphela nalabantu ekhona eminye imhlangano khona nomhlangano engaya kuona ngingedwa ngoba wayesephumile uBrigadier Perumal kodwa ngani kwa umlayezo ovela ku National Commissioner ukuthi kufanele mina ngiqhumane nabo njengomseshi.
Yes, and I did engage them a lot, so we exchanged a whole lot of information. We worked well, my lord, up to today.
Yebo sasebenzisana kakhulu nokwabelane ngolwazi nabo ukufikela namhlanje.
Now, at what point did Brigadier Perumal leave the team?
My lord, I think it will be late. I can't put a specific date, but my recollection, my lord, it will be late 2019, maybe December there, because his presence, I can plot him in one meeting that took place on the 13th of November 2019. That is, in essence, the last meeting I think he was involved, where we met Constable Zungu. He was present in that meeting.
Manje ke uPerumal yena kangukuthi wagcina ukusenza nathi ngo December ka 2019 ngoba ngiyakhumbula ukuthi wayekhona emhlanganweni ongumhla ka 13 kuNovember lapho khona sasihlangene no Constable Zungu.
Can you tell the court as to what led to this meeting on the 13th of November 2019 with Constable Zungu?
Yes, indeed, my lord. So earlier in the year, I think around that March, mid or June, it could even be around that time, my lord, I received a call from the National Commissioner saying there is an individual there who had information about the perpetrators who were involved in the murder of Senzo Meyiwa.
Ekuqaleni ke konyaka lapho ngoJune ngathola ke ucingo elivela ku National Commissioner ekuthiwa khona kwakukhona owayethi unomkhondo ngezelelesi ezasihlaseleke kule ndaba ka Senzo Meyiwa.
Which year are you referring to?
I'm referring to 2019, my lord.
Ngikhuluma ngomnyaka ka 2019.
Yes.
I then proceeded to the office because when this call was made, I was not at the office.
Ngase ngiqhubeka ngeoffice ngoba lo mangithola lolu cingo ngangingekho eoffice.
And this is where Constable Zungu was then introduced to me for the first time as the person who had this information, my lord.
Mina ngase ngihlangana ke no Constable Zungu okokuqala ngoba kwakuthiwa uyena ke unalo lwazi mayelana nalomkhondo.
And this Constable Zungu is one of the state witnesses who testified in this matter.
That is correct, ma'am.
Kana Constable Zungu omunye ofakazi kulolu daba.
Yes.
My lord, yes, after meeting him, he gave me a report that suggested that his father was sort of a direct witness to what he was telling me about. The first reporting of saying, I have information, my father witnessed certain discussion that implicates two individuals, and that is where now the name of accused 1 and 2 came up, but the father was not present.
Manje ke umbiko ngawuthola ukuthi ubaba wakhe wayewufakazi wayeqonde ngo ukuthiwa ke lapho wakwakhuluma lapho wakwaba nenkulumo lapho ke okwathinteka khona amabili babaso.
Where does this meeting take place with Constable Zungu?
At the office of the National Commissioner, my lord, because when I received the call, I asked that they must keep him there I'm on my way. So we met and discussed this at the office of the National Commissioner.
Lo mhlangano kwawusehhovisi lika National Commission ngoba mangithola ucingo ngabacela ukuthi ke abamgcine khona lapho ngize ngifike ngase ngigijimela khona ehhovisi ngiyohlangana naye.
Yes.
My Lord, we then, I then told him that I will need to speak to the father to obtain a statement with regard to confirmation of what he was telling me.
Ngase ngimtshela ukuthi ngiyazodinga ukuthi ngikhulume no baba wakhe ukuze ngithole istatement mayelana nalo lwazi.
My Lord, we parted ways with that understanding that he will try to convince his father to come forward so that then the interview and the statement can be obtained. Although he made it clear that it will not be an easy task because it's not how they wanted this thing to be handled, in light of the fact that the people they were mentioning are somehow related to them. So he raised that concern, but I insisted that, look, he's a police officer. He should understand we cannot work on hearsay. So I need something tangible. I need to rely on something.
Manje ke ngase ngiya ngicela ukuthi ngiyohlangana nobaba wakhe ngase ngicela ukuthi akakhulumisane nobaba wakhe ukuthi akwazi ukuthi ngikwazi ukuthi ngiyothola le statement wase ngeke kube lula ngoba bebengathandisisi ukuthi lolu daba luphathwe ngalendlela ngoba abanye ke balabantu abathintekayo abantu abazihlobo zabo ngase ngiyamtshela ukuthi njengephoyisa uyazwisisa kahle ukuthi indaba yokuthi ke kusetshenziswa amahlebeza ngeke isebenze uyazi ukuthi ngifanele ngithole istatement kulo muntu okunguyena onalolu lwazi.
My Lord, it was also clear that there was a fear of reprisal. In other words, that if this thing is not handled carefully, it was made clear to me that people will lose their lives, so
okunye ke kwakunokwesaba ukuthi indlela ephathwa ngayo lolu daba ingaholela ekutheni mhlambe abanye baze balahlekelwe yimpilo zabo.
We parted ways, my Lord, with that understanding that I will respect and allow him a chance to try and convince his father. We exchanged numbers. I took his number and also established where he was stationed, which was at that stage under the information he gave me under General Lishabane.
Kusho ukuthi ke ngaleso sikhathi ke sahlukana eshilo ukuthi uzoya ayokhulumisana nobaba wakhe sase ke sinikana inamba ngase ke ngifisa ke nokwazi ke nokuthi usebenza kusiphi station ngase ngithola ke nokuthi usenza ngaphansi kumholi wakhe wayeUlishabane ngaleso sikhathi.
Which police station?
It was a cluster, my Lord. So General Shabane was a cluster commander in the North Rand. They call it Northern Tembisa, that area. He was the cluster commander, Major General in charge of that region.
Lishabane kwakuyi-cluster commander kusho ukuthi umkhuzi we-cluster ngaphansi kweTembisa eNorth Rand ngowaye Major General ngaleso sikhathi.
Yes, he has since retired, my Lord.
Okwamanje usethathe umhlala phansi.
Yes.
Now, after that meeting, my Lord, there would have been a number of obvious follow-up from my side to try and check how far is he, and it was not really, there was no fruitful outcome between that day up to the 13th of November 2019.
Ushuthi ngalandela la ke kaningi ukuzwa ukuthi khona yini intuthuko eyenzekayo kulolu daba esasikhulume ngalo nesicelo sami kodwa ke akubanga na mphumela omuhle ngutholayo kuyofikela umhla ka-30 kuNovember 2019.
Now, leading to 30 November 2019, my Lord, I recall that when I tried to reach him, I was struggling. This is now Constable Zungu. So I ended up, because Brigadier Perumal was still on board, and I said to him, the only lead that I had, which needed to be followed up but is still outstanding, is Constable Zungu. So I asked him to accompany me so that we can work together in trying to take the matter forward.
Emva kwaleso sikhathi kwase ngiba ngimzama kaningi ukumthola ngingamtholi ufika ngize ngicela ke ubrigadier Penman ukuthi ngicela ukuthi angisize ukuthi sizama ukuthola indlela esingamthola ngayo ngoba ngangihluleka impela mina umthola mangizama ukumthola wasegcina ke sengihambisana naye ukuthi siyothola uconstable Zungu.
Now arrangements were made eventually, my lord, through General Shabane for the first meeting was supposed to be on the 12th, I recall, of November 2019, which did not materialize. It was then postponed to the 13th, and that's where myself and Brigadier Perumal met Constable Zungu.
Manje ke kwagcina sekunomhlangano owamhla 13 kuNovember la mina no Brigadier Perumal esahamba sobona uConstable Zungu.
That meeting was fruitful in that, my lord. He did say he managed to convince his father, and we had now to arrange a next meeting where the father will avail himself.
Manje sathola ukuthi ke ayibe kwaba nomphumela omuhle ngoba uthi wayesekwazile ukuthi ke axoxisane nobaba wakhe okwagcina ukuthi sasesibeka usuku la sizohamba sothola istatement esivela kuyise.
Indeed, my lord, on the 17th of November 2019, the father, Constable Zungu, brought the father, who then gave me a statement, and that statement implicated accused 1 and 2. So those names were now in a sworn affidavit for the first time.
Manje ke sagcina ke sikwazile ngomhla 17 November ukuthi sihlangane noyise lapho ke khona esathola ke istatement esagcina siholele ekutheni sikhiphe umsolo wokuqala nomsolo wesibili bafakwe kuleli cala.
And what is the name of Constable Zungu's father?
It's Absalom. I remember the name Absalom Zungu, my lord. His affidavit that I obtained was attached and disclosed to the defense, my lord. I think in my trial within trial evidence I also referred to it.
Ugama like discover baka Constable Zungu go Absalom Zungu ngoba i-affidavit yakhe nayo ixhunyiwe kule docket.
Yes. So for the first time then, my lord, now we had 2 possible suspects, and this is where, and I dealt with it, I think also in the trial within trial, the cold case analysis around them, meaning now accused 1 and 2 started.
But njengoba si nabasodo ababili ilapho ke saqala khona ke ukuthi siyofunisisa ukuthi bathinteka kanjani.
And that resulted in a number of cases being picked up under accused number 1, which I then took a decision that I'll assign those matters to Sergeant Mohula to investigate those matters, and matters coming out under accused number 2, those matters were then assigned to Sergeant Mohane to say he must look at them while we were focusing on this main case, my lord.
Manje ke kwathi ke kulaba sodo ababili ngacabanga ukuthi ke kukhona amacala amaningi ayevumbuka ngagcina ngiqoke uSergeant Mohula ukuthi ayobheka amacala avumbuka mayelana nomsolo wokuqala kulo wesibili ke umsolo ngabeka uSergeant Mohane ukuthi akube uyena ohlola lamacala avumbukayo.
Yes, we proceed.
My lord, obviously that led to the events that took place on the 30th of May 2020. That is now when accused 1 was arrested for the Tembisa case 217 of 3/2019.
Ilapho ke waholela ukuthi ke ngomhla 20 May 2020 usolo oqala wagcina eboshiwe malana necala izithembisa
Tembisa, yes.
Necala lasethembisa u217 of 3 of 2019.
Can you just maybe explain how did this case docket come to the fore, the Tembisa case 2173 of 2019?
Yes, my lord. So it came about through the cold case analysis. As I've said, when we had sight on them, we did a profiling, and that profiling under cold case analysis kicked out a number of dockets that were unresolved, basically where they were suspects and the matters were not finalized. So we zoom into that matter, and this Tembisa case 217 of 3/2019 was one of the matters where the warrant of arrest was issued on that matter. But I do know that there were also two matters in forced arrest of attempted murder, and there were warrants there also, my lord. So it was cases that came out due to the profiling of the suspects.
Kukhona ke amakhesi ayesebonakala sengathi awalandeleleki kodwa ke sathi ke uma sesibheka lama docket lamaningi akhipha ke ukuthi khona icala elibonakala ngathi ke liyavela la yilo leli cala u case 217 of 2019 elalike liveza ke ukuthi kukhona umkhondo olandelelekayo.
The purpose, really, my lord, also in adopting this strategy was to have them on site, but also try and get things that we didn't have, like DNA, fingerprints that we can compare in this matter. In other words, we deal with them with matters that were already committed or alleged offenses that they've been alleged to have committed, while we look at exhibits or evidence that we can collect from them and deal with it here. And the court would have seen that at some stage DNA were taken and they were comparison and so forth, because we're trying to read them into what we had on the docket.
Manje ke thina ke sase sibheka ke lama case ukuthi kukhona yini singakuthola kubona okukwaziyo ukuthi kubangenise kulamacala njengoba bese sikhulumile ukuthi kukhona ukuthi iDNA yathathwa esetshenziswa ukuthi kubheke ukuthi iyatholakala yini kulamanye ama case.
Yes, you may proceed.
Yes, my lord. So like I said, I'm not sure should I deal with now the confession, because
Yes, we can now deal with the events of the 30th of May 2020.
Yes. So now fast tracking to that date, my lord, I received a call from Sergeant Mukula to say his accused one has been arrested in relation to that matter.
Ngolo ke ngathola ke umbiko ovela ku Sergeant Mukhola othi ke umsolo qala wayeseboshiwe eboshele mayelana nalelo cala.
Which matter?
Tembisa case, the dealing in drugs under Tembisa case 217 of 3/2019.
Wayecala liziyobisi la seTembisa 217 of 5/2019.
And I may also add, my lord, that I was also briefed that in the midst of I think the search of him or something around those lines, that there were ammunitions that were found. So in that briefing, I was also told that they also found him with unlicensed ammunition.
Futhi ke kuthiwa ke kulolu phenyo babesolenza ngaye nakuboshwa kwakhe kwakutholakala nezinhlamvu zesibhamu ezatholakala kuyena.
Yes. You've already testified in detail during the trial within a trial.
Yes.
As to the events of the 30th of May 2020, but can you maybe just with a broad brush just highlight your evidence regarding the events of the 30th of May 2020?
My lord, what I can then say is that I was informed that they were going to foster us to follow up on the other matters against accused one. I then requested them to meet me at the police station so that I can interview him myself with regard to the reporting that I received that he seems to be making some form of admission in relation to this matter before court.
Bathi ke sebembophile ngacela ukuthi abamgcine fosterers ngoba ngifuna ukuhlangana naye ngoko kukhona engangibona sengathi kungavela ngoba kwakukhona ngathi kulezinto ayezamukele zaziveza ukuthi uyathinteka kuleli cala.
My lord,
who reported to you that he was making admissions?
It's Sergeant Mukhola.
uSergeant Mkhulu wangitshela lokho.
Yes.
My Lord, after meeting him, obviously one embarked on the formalities in terms of the constitutional rights and so forth. It was clear that indeed he was willing freely, without any duress, to make confession, and subsequent to that, Colonel Mboto was then arranged to assist with the taking down of the confession.
Wakhombisa ukuthi uzimisele ukusebenzisana nathi ukwaholela ekutheni uKenel Mboto aze azothatha istatement sakhe ngoba ekhombisa ukuthi uyafisa ukukhipha istatement engaphoqelelekile.
And that he was in his clear and sober senses, my Lord. According to my observations, that's what I saw, and he also told me that he didn't take any intoxicating substances.
Yakhombisa ukuthi wayengazange athathe lutho olungamenza ukuthi mhlambe liyobise isimo sakhe futhi ke wayengaphuzile lutho ngaleso sikhathi.
Yes.
My Lord,
Before you arrange with Lieutenant Colonel Mboto, you mentioned that you warned him according to his constitutional rights.
that's correct, my Lord. Yes, I did.
Yebo ngamtshela ngamalungelo akhe.
Now, what came up in your discussions with him? And where did this discussion take place?
At Fosoras, he was in a car, my Lord, the red Golf, the police car. So that's where I spoke.
Wayesemotweni ebovu yesiphoyisa iGolf ngalesi sikhathi ngimtshela ngamalungelo akhe.
And what time was it?
My Lord, it was after 1900 hours.
Kwakungemuva kwehora lika 7 lantambama.
Yes. And in the trial, within a trial, you explain in detail what constitutional rights you explain to accused number one. Is it?
It is correct, my Lord.
Athi yebo amalungelo akhe watshelwa ngesikhathi kukhulunywa ngokuqulwa kwecala ngaphakathi kokuqulwa kwelimi.
Did you introduce yourself?
Yes. So
Yebo ngazethula.
So first I was introduced when by the member Sergeant Mohola, and then I introduced myself for my after that.
Ngaqala ngethulwa uSergeant Mohola ngase nami ngiyaphinda ngiyazethula.
As you introduce yourself as?
As a police officer, my Lord, by showing him my identity card in terms of my rank and who I am, and where I'm stationed, my Lord.
Mina ngazethula ngokumkhombisa iID card yami esesiphoyiseni ngizethula njengephoyisa ngase ke ngimtshela ke nerank yami ngase ngimtshela futhi nokuthi ke ngisebenza kusiphi stage.
Yes.
Yes, my Lord. So then that led now obviously to the discussion and subsequently Colonel Mboto being arranged for the confession, my Lord.
Ilapho ke kwaholela ekutheni sixoxisane nokuthi ke kuze kulungiswe noKolonel Mboto ukuze azothatha istatement.
Can you maybe elaborate more on the discussion? What came up in the discussions?
Well, what came out in the discussion, my Lord, prior to now Colonel Mboto coming on board, is that he was implicating himself as being being at the crime scene, but excluding himself as being the perpetrator. I remember his response to say, I was there, but I'm not the shooter, I'm not the one that killed Senzo.
Kusho ukuthi lokwenzeka engakangeniswa uKolonel Mboto lapho ila ekhona oyakhombisa ukuthi yena wayeqaphelele kulelo cala lapho ke ayevuma khona ukuthi yebo wayekhona endaweni yobugebengu kodwa akuyena owadubula.
But perhaps to put it in the right context or sequence, my Lord, one can say before we came to that, it is when, because I warned him twice with the rights, my Lord. First I warned him just after I was introduced. Then I asked the members to excuse me, to establish that he can speak to me freely and voluntarily if he was not threatened in any way. Then I warned him, and as I was warning him, I was establishing responses now, the second time, in terms of the lawyer, what does he want to do? Does he want to speak to me? When I got affirmative that he is willing to freely and speak to me voluntarily, my lord, and he understood the consequences of making confessions if he makes such, I then put it to him that I have a reason to believe that he was involved in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa. And the response I referred to came in that context to say, yes, I was involved, but I'm not the shooter. And he mentioned the names of Marco as the shooter, and I think Makimbi as one of the people who were there.
Lapho ke ngamtshela kabili ngamexwayisa kabili ngamalungelo akhe ila engafuna khona ukuthi azwisise kahle ukuthi ke ufanele akhulume ekhululekile ila ngemtshela khona ngendaba ukuthi uma edinga ummeli angamthola ila futhi ngambuza kwesibili ukuze ngibhale phansi ukuthi utheni uma ephendula mayelana nendaba yamalungelo futhi ke ngamchazela yena ukuthi kwenzekani emva ukuthi ke akhiphe istatement esinjena ila efugcine khona engitshela ukuthi yebo wayekhona kubulalweni kukaSenzo Meyiwa kodwa akuyena wadubula futhi ke wayesechaza ukuthi omunye wayekhona kokuMarco.
My lord, I seem to recall, he referred to Marco and Makimbi Guteleza. I remember, I seem to recall that names and the surnames being given by him, my lord. I further recall, my lord, that when I established from him as to whether was there anyone that they informed or if anyone knows about what he did, he then said the only person they spoke to was a traditional healer. I think he called him Umkulu, who stays in Pambridge, but it was clear that he doesn't know the address, but he said he is willing to identify the place where this traditional healer is situated.
Ngambuza ukuthi khona yini omunye owaziyo ngalokho asethi cha uma khuluma naye omunye ke owayinyanga lenyanga lena owayebiza ngokuthi umkhulu and futhi lenyanga yayihlala ephambili nanoma engalazi ke engazi ke ukuthi ikhelela la ihlala khona lenyanga iliphi kodwa wavumela ukuthi angasebenzisa nathi ukuze itholakale lenyanga.
I further recall, my lord, that he said also the crime scene, he doesn't know the physical address, but he can identify it, and he was willing freely and voluntarily to identify such a place.
Futhi ngendawo yobugebengu wathi akalazi ikheli layo leyo ndawo kodwa wayezimisele ukuthi angayesikhombisa le ndawo ukuthi ilaphi ekhululekile futhi engaphoqeleleki.
There was also a willingness freely, my lord, without any undue influence for him to make a statement to an independent officer freely and voluntarily, and that led to the confession now that was taken by Colonel Mboto.
And futhi ke wavuma nokuthi ke angasibhalisa istatement ekhululekile engaphoqelelekile ilokho kwaholela ekuthini ke kusetshenziswe uKolonel Mboto ukuthi ke athathe lesi statement.
And I can confirm, my lord, that when I received back the statement, obviously I'm just going ahead, I may have to go back. When I received the said confession document from Colonel Mboto in a day or two, I noted that what he told me was contained in that statement, maybe with more details, more than he told me, but the essence of what he told me was included in that statement.
Manje mase ngithola ke emva kweinsuku ezimbili istatement esasibhalwe uKolonel Mboto ngabona ukuthi lo ayengitshele kona kuyafana naloko ayekubhalise istatement iseke kodwa ke wathi ukwenaba kancane kuloko ayekubhale istatementini.
Yes. In the trial within trial, you've already referred to this statement that was made to Lieutenant Mboto, which served as Exhibit FF before this court.
Correct, my lord, I did refer to it.
But sikhulumile ngalesi statement sikaMboto esifakwe njengo FF umbukiso la enkantolo.
Yes, you may proceed.
So after the confession was taken, my lord, he was brought back to me because I was in at the provincial office, and I established that he was still okay, which was in affirmative. I further asked him if he was willing to identify the place where this traditional healer could be found, and he said yes, he was willing to do that. I then
Just a minute.
Oh, my colleague.
So ke emva kwalokho ke emva kokuthi ke lamkelile esevumile icala wathathwa ke ngaleso sikhathi ngengise lase provincial officer la futhi washo khona ukuthi usazimisele ngokuthi ayasikhombisa la ehlala khona lenyanga ayikhulume ngayo.
Morales, what time was it?
It was after midnight, my lord.
Kwakungemumva ke kuka 12 wasebusuku.
So I'll say between 12 midnight and 1, because by 1 a.m. we had parted ways, but it was between those times. my lord.
Kwakuphakathi ka 12 no 1 ngoba ngiyazi ukuthi ngo 1 sayahlukana.
Yes.
My lord, when he said yes, he was willing to do that, I then referred him to Sergeant Mahula to say she will come and follow up, that information, and that should he change his mind or require any assistance, be it legal at his expense or state expense, in terms of the rights that I've given him, he should feel free to do so, and we parted ways.
So ngathi kumesethe yebo angasisiza ngaloko ngase emdlulisela ke ku Sergeant Mahula engathi uyena ke ozobheka lokho nokuthi ke uma kuukuthi ke ukhona ke abona sengathi ke angeke safisa ukuqhubeka ngayo mhlambe esefuna ke ungamsiza mayelana nomthetho uvunyela ukuthi ke akhululeke asitshele ngaloko.
Now, my lord, on the early evening of the 31st of May 2019, because these discussions started leading to the confession on the 30th, and we parted ways on the early hours of the 31st, just after midnight. Then on the 31st of May 2020, in the early evenings, then I was phoned by Sergeant Mahula to say they found the traditional healer, and we arranged to meet at the provincial office that I was using.
Sergeant Mahula sengitshela ngomhla 35 1 kuMay ukuthi sebagcina ngimtholile lo lenyanga leyo ekhulunywa ngayo ukuthi izimiselo ukuthi singeze sizohlangana provincial office.
Just a minute. And where was the provincial office?
It was in Ereton, my lord. It was the provincial office of the detectives.
Office ke la baseshi lalise Ereton office lesifunda.
It's still there, still situated there.
Lisakhona lapho namanje.
Yes. So I then went to the provincial office, my lord, and I was introduced to Mr. Zwane, Lionel Zwane, who was then the alleged traditional healer who would have cleansed.
Just take it one step at a time.
Lapha ke office lesifunda ila engahlanganiswa khona ke noZwane okwakuthiwa uyena ke oyinyanga yesintu.
Yes, who introduced you to Mr. Zwane?
It was the members, Sergeant Mahula, I think I remember Sergeant Mahula introduced me to him, and I also introduced myself. That's the routine, my lord. And I warned him according to his rights, because I was sitting with certain information that that implicates him in having a knowledge about the matter before this court.
Ngethula lapho Sergeant kwakune Sergeant Mahula lapho ngicela ukuthi yena wangethula lapho kodwa nami ngazethula ngase ngimtshela ngamalungelo akhe ngoba kwakukhona ke okunye ke okwaku ulwazi enganginalo olwalumfaka kulolu daba.
And Mr. Zwane has also testified before this court, is that correct?
That's correct, Lionel Zwane, my lord.
Manje ke lo baba uZwane uLionel Zwane naye weza wazoba ufakazi kule nkantolo.
Yes, you may proceed.
Now, my lord, while I was interacting with him, I do recall that the SWAT team that was assisting with the escort of members then came in that office with accused number 1. They walked in, unplanned.
Manje ke siselapho ke iSWAT team eyayisiza ke ngokuphelezela yangena nomsola wokuqala ingena nje singayilindele.
Now, in accused 1, my lord, I recall that he was leg ironed and he was cuffed in front as well, my lord.
Angikhumbulayo futhi ukuthi umsola wokuqala wayefake ozankosi futhi efakwe nezinsimbi zasemlenzeni.
Yes, so the handcuff could have been in front or back, but I know that he was cuffed, my lord, and leg irons.
Engikhumbulayo ukuthi wayefakwe ozankosi ngisakhumbula ukuthi bayengaphambili noma ngemuva kodwa engikhumbula impela ukuthi wayefakwe ozankosi efakwe nezinsimbi zasemlenzeni.
Now, when he walked in, my lord, Mr. Zwane, they looked at each other, and I recall Mr. Zwane saying, he said it in Zulu, my lord, I'll try to translate in English, but in Zulu he said, "How mfana kaSibiya waboshwa kangaka kwenze njani?" That was his statement.
I remember that they looked at each other. Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi babhekana, besabhekene wayesethi ke lenyanga esithi hawu mfana kaSibiya uboshwa kanjena kwenze njani.
Maybe I will not be able to translate it verbatim or not, but in essence he was shocked, to say, why is he cuffed in this manner, that is the essence of what's saying, to say you are arrested, but why in this fashion?
Engikubonayo nje ukuthi wayethuswa yilendlela njengoba ethi umfana kaSibiya waboshwa kangaka kusho ukuthi wayethuswa yilendlela ayeboshwe ngayo.
The response, my lord, from accused 1 was to the extent, insofar as I can recall, that it is that matter we came to cleanse for the killing of Senzo Meyiwa.
Wase ngikhumbula ukuthi wathi ile yandaba esasiza sizoyihlela indaba ika Senzo Meyiwa.
So, now approach accused number 1 before we...
Yeah, fine. Thank you.
Similar to, in any case, just before the long adjournment, maybe we can take the long adjournment at this point.
Okay, 2 o'clock then, eh?
No, exactly.
Yes, you can continue, Brigadier Gininda. Just before the long adjournment, you testify that accused number one came in and he was in leg irons and handcuffed, and that Mr. Zwane then made that remark which you've placed on record, and that the accused responded. You've placed the response on record. Can continue.
Yes.
In other words, he said it's in connection with matter for which we came for cleansing.
Correct, my lord.
Yes.
So, maybe before I come into that, my lord, let me just go back a bit. I forgot something. When I was indicating the pointers that I was looking at insofar as establishing whether they were people who came into the house, whether they were intruders or not, I forgot two points as well. I had to think about them while I was lunch. So I remember there were two aspects. I want just to add those.
Yes.
In addition to what I've said, my lord, the other part that I looked at was the ballistic testing of Mr. Silotwala's firearm.
Ongiphinde ngakubheka futhi ebengikhohle ukukusho ukuhlolwa kweballistic kwesibhamu sikaSilotwala.
And it was because, my lord, there was a suggestion, or there seems to be rumors, because really were nothing else but rumors, my lord. I must maybe put that into context, and the court will understand why I'm saying that. There were these rumors that suggest that that firearm was used in the killing of Senzo Meyiwa.
Ukuthi-ke futhi kukhona amahlebezi athi leso sibhamu sasisetshenzisiwe ekubulaleni uSenzo Meyiwa.
Now, the ballistic testing, my lord, was negative.
Manje kuma kuhlolwa-ke ngeballistic kubonakala ukuthi cha kusona lesi sibhamu esasetshenziswa.
Meaning it was not the firearm that was used to discharge the bullet point or the projectile that was found at the crime scene, and the one that killed the deceased.
Kusho ukuthi-ke la kwahlolwa kwabonakala ukuthi akusona lesi sibhamu esadubula le nhlamvu yatholakala endaweni yobugebengu ekuthiwa-ke iyona nhlamvu lena eyabulala uSenzo Meyiwa.
The second point, my lord, in the
Just a minute. Lieutenant Colonel Mangena testified about the ballistic report that you have just referred to, and it also serves as an exhibit before this court.
Yes, my lord.
Lieutenant Colonel Mangena waletha umbiko wase futhi-ke fakaza ngokuhlolwa kwezinhlamvu.
We will just come back to this at the later stage, yes.
All right, my lord, yes. So the second aspect, my lord, was that in the docket, and I'm referring to docket 636 of 10/2014, the Phosphorus docket, my lord, there was no statement then, and I don't have any up to today, that says there is a witness who saw either Longwe or Kelly Kumal or anyone in the house killing Senzo Meyiwa. In fact, the statements are saying intruders. So there is no statement under oath in this docket or suggestion, if you look at the preliminary evidence that was collected on that day, continuously before I got on board, up to the time I came on board, that suggests or even make suggestion under oath that the deceased was killed by the people who were inside the house.
Okuyako okwangenza ukuthi ngicabange kanjalo ukuthi-ke kule docket leno 63610 2014 akukho statement noma ufakazi othi wabona uLongwe Thwala noma uKelly Khumalo ebulala uSenzo Meyiwa. Zonke izitatimende zikhomba ukuthi-ke izelelesi ezasihlasele ekuyizona ezabulala uSenzo Meyiwa.
And in this regard, my lord, I'm talking about direct witnesses. Someone who says, I saw Senzo Meyiwa being shot by X who was in the house.
Lana-ke ngikhuluma ngababona ngeso owathi ngabona ngeso lami uSenzo Meyiwa edutshulwa uSibanibani.
or someone, my lord, who even go to an extent of saying there were no intruders. I didn't see anyone going into the house. I heard gunshot and I didn't see people go running out of that house. There is no such a statement or such an eyewitness, my lord.
Akusikho futhi nestatement esithi cha ngezwe kudutshulwa kodwa ngizange ngibone umuntu ebaleka kuleyo.
The only statement, my lord, that wants to suggest, but it's a hearsay, is the one that was made by Mr. Thope, which seems to say he heard from one of the people who was inside the house, in specific Mr. Tumelo Madlala, that the deceased was shot by mistake, but Mr. Madlala refuted that, my lord.
Manje ke engathi mhlambe kucishe kusondele kulombono ukuthi kwakukhona istatement esenzwa uHlophe owathi wezwa uTumelo Madlala ethi uSenzo wadubuleka ngephutha kodwa ke uba uHlophe leso statement leso sagcina sichithiwe.
So, my lord, in essence, I'm saying taking these 2 points and the other ones that I've mentioned before, there couldn't be any. I don't know if anyone could come to a different conclusion to say there were no intruders. The facts, if they are presented to me today, I would have embarked on the same approach of believing that there were intruders and the process must be embarked on to find the intruders.
Manje ke konke ke lokungikholele ekutheni ngibone ukuthi wukho umunye umbono ongaba khona ukuthi babengekho abantu abahlasela lapha nanoma ngingabheka namhlanje ngisazofika kulesi sinqumo sokuthi babe khona abantu ababehlasele ngalelo la.
The motive is something different, my lord, but simply the intruders, factually I was convinced and I still am that they were intruders.
Manje masikhuluma ngenhloso okunye lo kodwa ke fikela manje mina hayi ngisekuleyo ngqondo ukuthi cha kwakukhona abantu abahlasela.
Yes.
Yeah, you earlier on referred to the ballistic report that pertains to a firearm, and that this ballistic report is negative. I just want to show you Exhibit X in bracket 13B. This is the affidavit of Lieutenant Colonel Mangena.
Yes, my lord.
If you can just refer to paragraph 7.1 of that affidavit.
Yes, my lord. So, paragraph 7.1 reads, the bullet mentioned in 3.4.1 was not fired from the pistol mentioned in 3.1.
Joke la inhlamvu lekhulunywe ngayo ku 3.4.1 akuyona inhlamvu eyadubula ngalesibhamu esisho lapho ku 3.4.1.
Can you just place again on record the pistol mentioned in 3.1?
So 3.1, my lord, is a 9mm parabellum caliber P Beretta model 92 FS compact single and double action semi-automatic pistol with serial number BER 190037. Yeah, that's the other one is a magazine and a holster that is listed.
Yeah, leso sibhamu uhlobo lwe 9mm ole parabellum model 92 FS sine serial number BER 19007.
37. 190037.
19 serial number yakhona BER 190037.
Yes.
And whilst we're still on this topic, you earlier testified that the witnesses who were in the house described one of the attackers as someone who had dreadlocks on. We referred to the identikit.
That is correct, my lord.
ukuthi lama dreadlocks ufakaze ngawo abonakalile lapha kulezi ithombe ze identikit ebezikhonjisiwe.
I just want to briefly refer you to Exhibit S. We'll return in greater detail at a later stage. It's the downloads of the photos that were found on the cell phone of accused number 3. Just want to show you photo number 12.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, can you just, what is photo number
So,
12 of Exhibit S?
so photo number 12, my lord, depicts a person resemble accused number 3. My observation, it is accused number 3 with dreadlocks. The date is 2014-10-26. That's the date that is on top, IMG 2014-10-26, and that is the day of the incident. He is wearing a top which look like khakis, and I can mention, my lord, that in some of the statements of the people who were inside the house, mention the person with the dreadlocks wearing a khaki top. That is contained in the statements.
Lesi sithombe lesi sikhombisa umuntu ofana nomsolo wesithathu isithombe unumber 12 ebonakala ukuthi sathathwa ngomhla ka-26 ku-October 2014 okuyilanga lesigameko, and futhi ke ofakazi bayasho ukuthi kwakunomuntu owayenama-dreadlocks owayegqoke itop ewukhakhi.
What is also prudent, my lord, perhaps to mention while we're dealing with this, is that this download was done on in the year 2015 February. In other words, the cell phone was seized from accused number 3 for another matter. Subsequently, then the downloading was done for that matter.
Okunye-ke kufanele Phawule ukuthi le phone yathathwa ngoFebruary 2015 umsolo kwasekwenziwa-ke i-download usho ukuthi kukhishwa-ke kule foni okwakungaphakathi kwefoni kodwa lokhu kwakukhishelwa elinye icala.
When we had our sight on him, my lord, then I requested on that download that was done then. It's not something that we found now, that was done then. So we worked on what was on the archives of the police. We then selected this album. In fact, we downloaded everything which was made available to the defense, but we focused on the photos that matches him with the suspect that was identified on the day of the incident in this matter. And I can say, my lord, we found more than one photo that fits the description of him resembling the shooter that was mentioned on the 26th of October 2014.
Sakhipha konke kwakule phone kodwa-ke esaqonda ngokukona izithombe ezasisiza ukuthi sikwazi ukubona isithombe esifana esikhombisa umuntu ofana nalo okuleli icala lethu lo wayenama-dreadlocks.
Thank you. Any other aspects that you want to mention?
Not that I can think of, my lord. If I do recall, the court will bear with me. I'll just keep on going back, my lord.
Ngakukhona okunye ngizobuyela emuva ngizocela inkantolo ingibekezelele.
Yes, we can then come back to the events of the night of the 31st of May.
Yes, my lord. So after the warning, after that was said, then I obviously warned accused number 1 that what he was saying amounts to a confession, and I cautioned him about the rights that I gave him, and the response was that, but it is the truth, you know, he's telling the truth.
Sengimaxwayiseleke umsolo wokuqala ngamtshela ukuthi lokhu akukhulumayo manje sekungagcina kubonakale kukwamukela icala wasethi no cha kuyiqiniso lakakhulumayo.
My lord, I then asked the members to remove him, where I continued then the interview with Mr. Zwane.
Ngase-ke ngicela ukuthi akhishwe ngase ngiqhubekela phambili-ke nokuxoxisana noZwane.
Just a minute. just want to briefly put on record the evidence of Mr. Zwane in this respect. These are the proceedings of the 4th of September, 2023. And if you can refer to page 22. Page 22.
Yes, I'm here, my lord.
If you can just place on record there where the sentence starts with Mr. Zwane.
So it says, now when I first met with Sibia, they came to me in the company of 3. So there were 3 of them. Now the person that I directly communicated or interacted with was this Sibia that I'm referring to. Just as I am talking to the interpreter now, this is the same person that I directly interacted with, this
Just a minute.
Sibia.
Just
manje-ke umuntu uthi-ke lana uma ngihlangana nabo umuntu engaqala ukuhlangana naye uSibiya uma beza kumina babe bathathu so babe bathathu manje umuntu engaqondana naye ngakhulumisana naye kwakuSibiya ngisho ukuthi ngangikhuluma naye njengoba ngikhuluma noTokiliki manje uyena lo muntu engaxhumana naye uSibiya.
yes, and same page 22.
Yes, it reads further, my lord.
Line 14, there
Yes.
where it says Mr. Zwane.
Indeed, my lord, yes. So it reads as follows. Now when Sibia and them came to me, they came to me as people that were in need of work. They were referred to me by somebody I do not know, but eventually they came to me and they said that they needed some work. They wanted to go, market for work and find work. Now I had to give them some herbal medicine for cleansing purposes, and I said to them, here is the product. You can go and cleanse yourself with this product, and thereafter you can go and search for work.
So-ke manje uma sebeza kumina oSibiya baza kumina beyabantu abafuna umsebenzi kusho ukuthi bayathunyelwa omunye angazi ukuthi kanjani kodwa ke beza kumina bathi kumina badinga umsebenzi basebefuna ke ukuthi bayomaketha bayothola umsebenzi lapho ke ngaphoke ukuthi ngibanike into lezi ethize nomuthi othize ukubageza ngase ngithi ke kubona na umuthi ngani niyozigeza ngawo lo muthi lona emva kwaloko ke ningani ofuna umsebenzi.
Then on page 24, same proceedings of the 4th of September 2023, line 12.
Yes, it reads
Maybe
as,
it starts at line 11.
yes,
Mr.
it-
Zwane. Yes.
beg your pardon, my lord. Yes, it reads as follows, Mr. Zwane. I do not know what then transpired after that. I only saw him coming back again, this Sibia, to me. And then from Mr. Baloyi, question is, how long after the first consultation did Sibia come back to Mr. Zwane? Perhaps after 2 to 3 days, he then came back to me.
Lapha uthi ke uZwane angazi ukuthi kwenzekani emva kwalokho ngambone sebuya futhi loZuma ebuya lo Sibiya ebuya kimina usebuza kubalo uthi babuya emva kwesikhathi singakanani ke emva ukuthi bafika ukuqala kuwena uSibiya uthi mhlambe ke babuya emva kwensuku ezimbili wayesebuya ke kimina.
Yes, then line 19.
Line 19 reads as follows, my lord, under Mr. Zwane. Now the second time around, I cannot ascertain as to the number of people that came. Safe to say that this very Sibia came for the first time. sorry, I beg your pardon, my lord. Maybe let me start from the beginning. Now, the second time around, I cannot ascertain as to the number of the people that came. Safe to say that this very severe that came for the first time to consult with me, he came the second time around to indicate that that job has been done. Now he says to me where they had gone to search for work, there is someone that had sustained some injury there.
Uthi ke uzwane mesiqhubeka athi mase bebiya ke kwesibili angeke ngakwazi ukuchaza ukuthi abantu babengakabeza kodwa ngicabanga ukuthi ke engingakusho ukuthi uyena lo spear lo oweza okokuqala ukuzongibona wabuya okwesibili esezosho ukuthi umsebenzi usuwenziwe futhi ke uthi ke kumina laba beke khona beyofuna umsebenzi kukhona owalimala khona.
And then page 25 from line 11.
Line 11 under Mr. Zwane, my lord, says, I do not know in terms of your cultural background, but with us, when somebody has passed on within the family, there is some ritual cleansing of the members of the family. The same principle I applied here when they came, because you know they cross path with misfortune, and as a result I had to assist them for ritual cleansing. After that I helped them only with two things.
Uthi ke lapho uzala ngazi ukuthi malana nosiko lenu luhamba kanjani kodwa ke kithina ke umuntu medlulile emhlabeni emndenini kukhona ke ukugezwa kwamalungu umndeni lapha ke ngasebenzisa yona ke lento yokuthi kugezwe ngoba bathi masebebuya bahlangana neshwa futhi ke umphumela waloko ukuthi ngakufanele ukuthi ngibasize ngokuthi bagezwe emva kwaloko ngabasiza kuphela ngezinto ezimbili.
On page 29 from line 14.
From line
14.
14. Okay. It reads as follows. I am just a person that has to help. I am a helper of people. Where I was standing, they took a picture or a photograph of me from where I was standing. They handcuffed me, then they took a picture of me, and then they showed it to somebody, and that particular person will then say, this is. They handcuffed me after that particular person said. Let me explain that when I walked out of the house, I was not handcuffed. Okay, let me just read all of it. Now when I got, I'm reading as it is, my lord. Now they took pictures of me right there at the street, and then I was handcuffed at the street. Let me just explain it this way. I eventually got to the police station while handcuffed, and while at the police station there,
mina ngumuntu osizayo nje kuphela ngisiza abantu la engangime khona kwathatha isithombe sami la engangikhona base ke bengifaka ozankosi base bethatha isithombe sami base besikhombisa omunye umuntu and futhi lo muntu wayefanele asho lo bangifaka ozankosi emva kwa lokho ke omunye umuntu wasethi awuthi ngichaze lokho ngase ngithi mase ngihamba la ngaphandle kwendlu ngangasafakiwe sankosi manje mase kulapho ngithathwa khona izithombe sithathwa ngapha ngokusokudla ngasemgwaqweni ngase ngifakwa ozankosi awuthi ngichaze ngalendlela kwathi mase ngifika emaphoyiseni ila engafakwa khona ozankosi ngise station esikhumulweni samaphoyisa.
Then finally on page 30, from line 1.
Okay, line 1 reads as follows, my lord. I said the Sibiya young man who was coming. I said the Sibiya young man who was coming from. The proximity could be from here, perhaps to the door there. And I was asked. He was handcuffed and feet as well. I asked him, young man, what happened? That you know, inquiring from the Sibiya young man.
Ngase ngibona ke insizwa le kaSibiya la evela khona kusho ukuthi ke la eyikhona njengokusuka la uyofika kule minyango lapha ya ngabuzwa ke yena kwayefakwe ozankosi ezandleni naseyinyaweni bese ngiyambuza ngithi hawensizwa kwenze njani ngalesikhathi ngangibuza yona lensizwa yakaSibiya.
Then the prosecutor, my lord, asked, yes, and just a minute, could you recognize that person that you saw there at the police station? Could you recognize that person that you say it is Sibiya? Then Mr. Zwane replies as follows, this is the very person that I had a very close interaction with, that we were facing each other at a very closer proximity, and the others were just adjacent to where he was, just like these ones that are seated behind me here. But one is the very person that we had a face-to-face interaction with. I could then tell that this is the Sibiya young man.
Uyena lo muntu engangikhulumisana naye sibhekene ubuso nobuso eseduze kakhulu laba abanye babesemaceleni akhe ebeseduze kwala ehleli khona njengalaba nje abahleli la emva kwami kodwa ke yena uyena lo muntu engangibhekene naye ubuso kubuso ngikhulumisana naye ngangikwazi ngiyabona ukuthi uyena impela leyaSibiya leyansizwa yakaSibiya.
And then Mr. Baloyi says yes, and then Mr. Zwane, my lord, goes further to say, now I do not recall which police officer I spoke to me, and right there at that police station, there were many police officers, and he said to me, do you know this person? Do you recognize this person? I then replied, I say, yes, I know this person. He is the same person that came to me. This is Sibiya.
Wase qhubeka ukuthi angisakhumbula ukuthi yiphi iphoyisa engakhuluma nalo khona lapho esikhumulweni samaphoyisa maningi amaphoyisa engakhuluma nayo and wasethi kumina uyayazi lensizwa uyayibona into ikhumbula indensizwa ngase ngiphendula ngithi yebo ngiyamazi lo muntu uyena futhi lo yamuntu oweza kumina uyena uSibiya.
Now, what is your comment regarding this version of Mr. Zwane?
My lord, it's in line with what I recall, although he's not explicit with regards to, say, but he does make reference to the handcuffs and coming, seeing him. And it is correct that when they brought him to me on the 31st, he was in a company of other police officers. Like I said, there was a SWAT team that was assisting. Sergeant Mukula was there. So they were police officers. So it's in line with my recollection of our interaction, my lord.
Yeah, leyo kakubekayo kuyabonakala ukuthi cha ngempela kuyikho la akhuluma ngako nanoma ke njengoba nje eveza nokuthi wayeboshwe efakoza nkosi einyaweni nasezandleni kodwa kukhona okunye angakubeki kufanele ngemishini nalokho kodwa ngomhla 31 la kwabe khona yebo amanye amaphoyisa njengoba esho nje ngoba njengoba bese ngibekile ukuthi yayikhona iSWAT team futhi ke no Sergeant Mkhula naye wayekhona.
And what is prominent, my lord, is the fact that he does mention that there was a cleansing, because that was really the essence of me wanting to speak to him, to establish what is it that was said. As accused number one told me that during the cleansing process, they told this traditional healer. So he makes mention of the cleansing.
Okwakusemqoka kumina ukuthi ke wakubeka ukuthi kwakunokugezwa okwenzeka ngoba kwakuyona into esemqoka kakhulu ngoba yayinto eyayivezwe nawo umsolo oqala ukuthi baya bayogezwa.
So that part of the convention, my lord, in essence was collaborated.
Manje ukusho ukuthi ke leso lokho ke kwafakazela.
And this police station that Mr. Zwane refers to, what does it refer to?
Look, my lord, it was brought, I think as a layman one will understand, it was the provincial office. It's the building that belongs to the police. I think he was referring to where we met at the provincial office in Ereton, my lord.
Lo muntu ayekhuluma indawo ayekhuluma ngayo asithathe nje ukuthi umuntu vele umuntu nje ongazi kakhulu kodwa ke le ndawo esasikuyona amahhovisi esifunda endaweni yase Ereton.
Yes, you may continue. You mentioned that you administered another warning to accused number one. You then said he must be removed.
Yes,
and you
my lord.
continued with the interview of Mr. Zwane. What happened further?
Yes, upon establishing, my lord, that he was collaborating, most of the facts, there was just some small similarity, differences, and that, if I recall correctly, my lord, it was in relation of whether he knew before they went, because they came twice in my recollection or not. The inconsistencies were simply there.
No, kuloko ayekusho lokho kwakufana kakhulu naloku esasesikwazi kwakukhona yebo ukwehlukana nje okuncane kwakukhona kodwa ke okuningi kwakufana njengoba bese ichazela ukuthi washo ukuthi bafika kabili kuyena.
Then, my lord, I then decided that a statement from him rather should be obtained, and I requested then Colonel Muthambe, who was the commander of the anti-corruption unit of the Hawks, the DPCI in Germiston, to assist in taking this statement under Section 204 of Act 51 of the Criminal Procedure Act of CPA of 1977.
Then ngase ke ngiyocela uKolonel Muthambe osenza ngaphansi kwamahawk ukuthi akayongithathela istatement.
And if we can just get back to the proceedings of the 4th of September 2023, at page 23, line 18.
Line 18, yes,
if
my
you can
lord.
just put that on record.
Okay. I usually charge them 100 per consultation. Okay, let me start at the beginning.
Yes, you
Okay, is it
proceed.
fine?
Yes, proceed.
Okay. I usually charge them 100 per consultation, but on that day, they gave me 500 for the work that I have finished to them. And that is under Mr. Zwane's testimony, my lord.
Ngijwayele ke ukuthi ke ngikhokhise ikhulu lamarandi uma beza bezocela usizo kumina kodwa ngalelo langa ke banginika amakhulu amahlanu amarandi ngalomsebenzi engabenzela wona.
Yes, thank you. You may proceed. You arranged that a statement be obtained from Mr. Zwane in terms of Section 204 of the Criminal Procedure Act.
Indeed, my lord. So Mrs. Wane was taken to Colonel Mutlame, and I do know that the statement was then obtained from him, my lord.
Yazi ke ukuthi uzwane wathathwa iswa ku Colonel Mutlamme ukuthi athathe istatement kuye.
And I further know that he was then taken home, my lord, and accused number 1, I think, was taken back to detention, if I recall correctly.
Enkumlayo ukuthi wase ebuyisele ekhaya umsola wokuqala ke wayesebuyisela ngaphakathi ejele.
Then, my lord, on the 1st of June, because this was the 31st of May, on the 1st of June 2020, and that's when now he made his first appearance in Tembisa in relation to Tembisa case 217 of 3/2019. That is the warrant that was executed on him on the 30th when he was arrested. So he made his first appearance on the 1st of June 2020, my lord.
Ngomhla 1 kuJune 2020 ilapho ke ahamba ke wayebingelela imantshi Tembisa mina nelicala lika Tembisa 217 of 2019 emva ukuthi aboshwe ngomhla ka-30.
No bail was granted on that day, my lord, and he was remanded back into custody.
Akazange anikwe ibail ngaleso sikhathi waphindeliswa ekuvalelweni.
Yes.
Now, my lord, on the 4th, and that is following up on our last discussion when I spoke to him the first time, I then went to see him on the 4th of June 2020.
Ngomhla ka-4 kuJuni ke saphinde saba nengxoxo elandela lokuye uthi sake sasike saxoxa ngaphambili.
I warned him according to his constitutional rights again, my lord.
Ngase ngimtshela ke ngamalungelo akhe futhi.
So where did you go to see him?
He was in Valeria, my lord, Valeria SAPS.
Ngalesikhathi ngiyambona wayeseValeria SAPS esikhumulweni samaphoyisa seValeria.
Yes, my lord. So I warned him according to his constitutional rights. I've covered that as well in my trial within trial evidence. But the essence of it was to establish if he is still willing to point out the crime scene, and the answer was yes, my lord.
Mase ngiyambona ngaleso sikhathi emva ukuthi ngimtshele amalungelo akhe ngafuna ukuzwisisa kahle ukuthi sazimisele yini ukuthi ayosikhombisa indawo yobugebengu.
And this willingness, my lord, as I mentioned it during the trial within trial, was made freely and voluntarily, my lord.
Njengoba bese ngishilo ku-trial within trial ukuthi hayi wayeshilo ukuthi uyavuma ukuthi uzwe ayosikhombisa.
My lord, then that led me to phoning around until I got assistance from Lieutenant Colonel Khatebe.
Ngase ke ngizama ke ukuthola ongangisiza engagcina ngithole usizo ku-Lieutenant Colonel Khatebe.
With an understanding that the accused must be taken to Albertine Police Station on the 5th of June 2020, that is the following day, where he will then take it from there, my lord, for the pointing out.
Lapho ngangifisa ukucela ukuthi ayise esikhumulweni samaphoyisa eAlberton ngomhla ka-5 kuJune kuyilanga elilandelayo.
Sergeant Mohane, my lord, was given that task, in other words, of moving accused number 1 from Valeria to that station, which is Albertine, and coordinating that arrangement with Colonel Khatebe. So I gave the numbers to each other so that they communicate.
And uSergeant Mohane ke uyena ke ngamathosa umsebenzi ukuthi ke aka hambise umsola esuswa eValeria iswa eAlberton lapho ke ayohlangana khona noLieutenant Colonel Khatebe futhi ke nokwenza wonke amalungiselelo adingekayo ukuthi ahanjiswe.
Now, my lord, I do know that indeed the pointing outs were done on the 5th of June 2020.
Ngiyazi ukuthi kwahamba kwayokhonjwa indawo ngomhla ka-5 kuJune 2020.
And when I received, not the same day, so maybe let me deal with it in sequence, my lord. So when it was done, I would then receive the confession form, the pointing out form first, and then subsequent to that, in a couple of days, then I received the photo album of the pointing out.
Okwenzeka ukuthi ke ngathola kwabahamba bayokhomba indawo ke yokuthi la indawo yobugebengu la yenza khona emva kwaloko ke ngase ke mina ngithola izithombe ezikhombisa ukuthi kwenzekani la kwakwenza khona ikhomba indawo yobugebengu.
Now, what I noted, my lord, in particular on the photos, is that in some of the photos accused one is seen pointing at a scene, and that place that is pointing at, because I've been there, I went to visit the scene. It's actually the crime scene. It's number 13511 Kutwano Street, Phosphorus. That is the crime scene, or rather the place where the deceased in this matter was shot, and he took the pointing out officer to that address.
Engingaku Paula ukuthi ngaqaphela ukuthi umsolo wokuqala la ethombeni wayekhomba indawo yobugebengu okusho ukuthi ila umuzi ke lo wase 13511 Kutwano Street lapho ke umufi wadutshulelwa khona.
I also recall, my lord, that I saw a photo of pointing out next to Basutini Hostel, or rather around there on the street, and that is in line with what the investigation was saying, that they would have met in that hostel before the incident was executed and then met after, and thereafter he was dropped after the incident, my lord. So that location, because I know that place as well, my lord, it is situated around the Basutini Hostel.
And futhi ke wahamba ekhomba ke ihostel laseBasutwini la ekuthiwa khona babe ahlangana bengakayi endaweni yobugebengu nokuthi ke emva kwaloko ke baphinde bayohlangana khona ke lapho ngiyayazi le ndawo ngabona ukuthi yona.
My lord, what I also forget, if I can just take the quote back, I forgot to mention it when I was talking to him on the 30th. This is now when he was making assertion or admitting to his involvement in the killing of the deceased. One of the things that he mentioned was that this murder, it was a contractual killing that was given to them by then the girlfriend of the deceased, Ms. Kelly Kumalo.
Manje okuye ngifuna ngikusho bese ngikhohle ukusho ukuthi ngomhla ka-30 mangikhuluma naye wamukela ukuthi yebo wayethinteke kubulaweni kukamufi futhi ke nokusho ukuthi umufi wabulawa abantu abathunyiwe ukuthi ke bayithunyele ingcwayi kamufi okwakukheli Khumalo.
At which point did you mention that?
It was during our interaction outside at the parking lot of the police station, my lord, in Phosphorus. That is prior to him being handed over to Colonel Mboto, before we moved to Ereton.
Ushothi ke lokwenzeka lokhu eparkeni lase Phosphorus engaka dluliselwa ke kuKenel ukuthi ke ayokhulumisana naye ayothatha statement.
Now, my lord, I'm saying the part of the girlfriend because when I looked at the statement that was taken by Colonel Mboto and also the pointing out, because Lieutenant Colonel had also made some notes, that part as to who sent them to kill the deceased is mentioned. That was the name of Kelly Kumalo. It's there. So that aspect was then corroborated as well.
Ushuthi ke mangikhuluma ngalokho ukuthi ke yini ngisho ukuthi ke babethunyelwe igirlfriend ukuthi statement isikamboto washo futhi ukuthi wavela futhi ukuthi owayebathumile uKelly Khumalo.
Furthermore, my lord, the issue of the crime scene that he told me about was corroborated in this pointing out because, as I said, I know the crime scene. The photos were taken of him standing outside the house. And that part then was also corroborated that when he said, I do not know the address, but I can point out the scene. He pointed out the correct crime scene where the deceased in this matter was killed.
And futhi ke ukuthi ke mayelana nendawo yobugebengu ngiyayazi le ndawo futhi umsolo wathathwa isithombe engaphandle kwale ndawo eyikhomba ukuthi nanoma ke engenayo engenalo ikheli lale ndawo kodwa washo ukuthi ngiyayazi le ndawo nganithatha nginise kuyona.
The other collaboration, my lord, it was in relation to the traditional doctor, because what transpired on the 31st, he took them, he pointed out where the traditional doctor was residing. The traditional doctor was brought to me, and his assertion and the communication and subsequent statement that he made was a collaboration of the statement, the confession that he made, my lord.
Okunye-ke ile nyanga le ekwakhulunywa ngayo ukuthi umhla 31st wabathatha ngoba eshilo ukuthi khona inyanga baya kuyona wabathatha wayahamba uyakhombisa la kuhlala khona le nyanga.
Yes, my lord.
Thank you. You mentioned that you received the pointings out form that was handed up as Exhibit GG during the trial within a trial.
Yes, my lord.
And you also mentioned photos that were taken during the pointings out, which were handed up as Exhibit GG in brackets 1
Correct,
during
my
the
lord.
trial within a trial.
I did mention them, correct, my lord.
Yebo ngikhulumile ngefomu elagcwaliswa ngesikhathi ke kuyokwenziwa le khomba nezithombe ezathathwa ngesikhathi ke kwenziwa le khomba.
I just want to show you photos of Exhibit GG in brackets 1. This is a photo album compiled by Surgeon Mapakela, taken during the pointings out. In particular, I wish to draw your attention to photo number 14.
Indeed, my lord. So, photo number 14, but as well as photo number 15, depicts the outside house, the crime scene basically. This is the house where the deceased was shot and killed.
This is Tombe ezathathwa Surgeon Mapakela. Usithombe number 14 number 15 sikhombisa ngaphandle kwendlu la umufi ajujulela khona. Lesi kuthiwa ke indawo yobugebengu.
Photo 16.
Yeah, sorry, my lord, maybe just to put that into the right context so that I'm not misquoted. So this is where he was shot and then he was certified dead at the hospital. So he wasn't certified dead at the scene, but this is where the incident took place. And then at 21:15, when he arrived at Buchilong Hospital, he was then certified dead, my lord.
Mangicacisa kancane ukuthi ila ukubona okuthiwa wajujulelwa khona kodwa ke akazange ashonele kule ndawo ngo-21:15 esibhedlela ila kwashiwo khona ukuthi cha useshonile.
And that is the 21:15 of the 26th of October 2014, my lord.
And isikhathi ke lesi isikhathi 9:15 ngomhla ka-26 October 2014.
I just want to refer you to the photo album of Lieutenant Colonel Mhlahlo, which serves as Exhibit D before this court.
Yes, my lord.
Photo number 2. Photo number 1 and 2.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, what is your comment?
So photo 1 and 2, my lord, depicts the same house, the crime scene. In other words, it depicts the same house that is contained in the photo album of the pointing out in photo 14 and 15.
Isithombe sokuqala sesibili sikhombisa le ndlu iyakhonjwa kukhomba kuyokhonjwa indawo yesigameko ezibonakala esithombeni number 14 no 15.
The only difference, my lord, is that the photos that were taken by Lieutenant Colonel Mutlatho back in 2014, there was no black gate, steel gate. So in the photos that were taken on the 5th of June 2020 by the photographer who was in the company of Colonel Hadebe, there is a gate. So the difference is the gate and the paving, but the house is the same, the brick structure and the wall.
Kukhona umehluko kulesi sithombe ezathathwa umhlahlo ukuthi-ke lapho yangakabi khona isango lensimbi elimnyama iy'thombe zathathwa ngomhla ka-5 kuJune 2020 lapho-ke babe noSergeant Hadebe ziyakhombisa lapho ukuthi likhona isango lensimbi lalikhona.
And the photo number 2 of Colonel Muhlahlo's album, my lord, exhibits rather, also depicts the grayish brownish BMW X6, and this vehicle, because you can see the registration number, is the vehicle that belonged to the deceased, Mr. Senzo Meyiwa.
Futhi kulezi ithombe ezazithathwe umhlahlo kubonakala lapha khona iBMW Grey X6 kubonakala kahle ucacayo ukuthi kwakuyi BMW eyayika Senzo Meyiwa.
Yes, please. Photo 16 of exhibit GG in brackets 1.
Yes, photo 16, my lord, also points the accused number 1 is still at the scene, is pointing at the crime scene. This is the crime scene.
Isithombe sa number 16 nasona kusabonakala umsolo wokuqala ekhomba indawo yobugebengu.
In photo number 19 of exhibit GG1.
Photo number 19, my lord, is pointing, this is the evidence I refer to, is pointing, there's a main road and is pointing down, but if one looks at, and if you read this in conjunction with the pointing out comments, that's the situation, that is a spot which is situated on next to Basutuni Hostel.
Lapha kulesi sithombe kusemgwaqweni kodwa ke
I'm going to object. Yes. Brigadier Gininda is trying to come with his own analysis. Pointing out is a very specific thing. It's either you point at a specific thing without there being, without the information that is being interpreted out, which is being pointed out being interpreted. Now he is feeding this court what he thinks could have been pointed the day on which the alleged pointing out was made.
When I was listening to him, and I listened very carefully,
Yes.
he says, I know that spot. That's what he premised.
He is now talking about Basutu Hostel.
Yes, he says he knows that. Didn't you say that, sir?
I said exactly that, my lord.
He says, I know that spot.
I said exactly
That is where they say they left, and that is where they say they came back to.
My lord, he is saying, he's pointing at the tar road, and this tar road is at Basutu Hospital. We can drive now to check if, but what I'm saying, my lord, if it needs to be.
Mr. Minister,
Yes, my
you
lord.
can argue that.
No, but my lord, this is not a point to be argued. It needs to be taken up now so that it needs to be corrected. Because the court will then later on come and say, but why didn't you raise your objection then? This is the reason why I'm raising this objection, my lord.
Under cross-examination, you can put it to the brigadier that you were wrong by this and this and this.
Am I therefore not allowed
Now you
to
want to
object
cross-examine
now?
him. You want to cross-examine him during the time when he's giving his testimony. I don't know that procedure. So you can keep that evidence if you're saying he's wrong or he's lying, to put it strongly.
Thank you,
Then
my lord.
when you cross-examine him, you can point out how he's lying.
Thank you, my lord. But I think this served to check the minds of my colleague and myself as well. Thank you, my lord.
Okay, yes.
Mr. Court, please, I think Advocate Minister will be well advised to read Section 209 of the Criminal Procedure Act.
What does 209 say? Let's read it because we forget these things.
Well, Section 209 reads as follows. Conviction may follow on confession by the accused. An accused may be convicted of any offense on the single evidence of a confession by such accused that he committed the offense in question. And the following part is important. If such confession is confirmed in a material respect, or where the confession is not so confirmed, if the offense is proven by evidence other than such confession to have actually been committed. Now, my lord, you've been through a trial within a trial. The confessions have been allowed. At this point, what the investigating officer is trying to do is just to try and connect the dots to show that this spot that was pointed out by the accused accords with the objective evidence.
May I respond, my lord? Oh, I'm sorry, my colleague wants to object. Yes, but I'm also prepared to respond as well.
My lord, we all aware of the provisions of Section 219, which the state has just read. The gist of the objection is not on the provisions, my lord, of Section 219. The gist of the objection is on the explanation that is given by the witness, wherein he says the picture depicted in photo so and so, wherein the accused is pointing, it means it's pointing and it starts to give the explanation on the description to say it means the accused was pointing at this and this, my lord. So the objection is on that this witness cannot give explanation to say what was being pointed out or what was being shown, my lord, because pointing out will have notes to say on this position, when the accused pointed this is what was pointed out. It will be recorded there. It does not necessarily mean that the investigating officer has to come and explain to say what is it that was pointed out by the accused, which is not the correct information or evidence contained in that exhibit, my lord.
How do you assign that? You've got the right to cross-examine this witness until Mandela is risen from the dead. That's your right. But you can't stop a person giving evidence like he is evidence in chief and cross-examine him whilst he's doing that. You have every right to cross-examine him. You have every right to push your client's version there. You have every right to interrogate the photos and show him what you are saying. These photos don't show. Okay, you have that right. So
yes,
please.
Yes, I agree, my lord. We do have the right to cross-examination
Yes,
at a later stage.
But you can't stop him.
But also, my lord, as we are the defense representing the
Ms.
accused, my lord.
Cholo,
Yes,
I say
my
you can't do it
Yes.
at this stage.
Yes, my lord, I'm responding to that, my lord. I said, yes, my lord, we agree with the court that we do have a right to do cross-examination. However, if it appears from the defense that something wrong is happening in court when the evidence is led, we have a right to raise an objection, my lord. If the objection is overruled, there is no problem, we will proceed. But we do have a right to point it out to the court and to raise an objection on the unfairness that is happening in court when it appears to us, my lord. That's my submission, my lord.
Yes, okay.
If the objection is overruled, my lord, it should appear on the record that the objection was overruled, then we proceed, my lord. But it shouldn't be as if we left it and it was allowed to go through when we could see that it was wrong, my lord. Thank you, my lord.
So please, my lord, there's no unfairness as my colleague is arguing. A confession or pointing out on its own cannot just stand on its own. It's got to be supported by objective facts. And the only way is if the investigating officer says a spot has been pointed out, that spot accords with my knowledge of the crime scene. That's how you add weight to the confession, because on its own, hence Section 209 says there has to be evidence aliunde or confirmation of the confession or the pointings out in a material respect. And that is what the investigating officer is indicating, to show that there's confirmation, there's corroboration. That's perfectly in order.
Yeah, but as you know, the defense has got the right to cross-examine.
Yes.
Am I correct, sir?
Indeed, my lord.
Yeah. And that right is immutable. I can't stop anybody wanting to cross-examine a witness who has made a certain observation which the defense disagrees with. And you can put it to Brigadier Gininda that he is wrong here, he's not stating the facts are this and that and that and that and that. Okay, let's proceed.
Is the court please, my lord?
My lord, I can...
I wanted to refer my colleagues to comment on
Just a ruling that we can proceed. My colleague says he wants to refer us to something. Is that not an issue for argument as well? Because the manner in which he's doing it, we are going to request tomorrow when we come back that we should counter what he is trying to refer us to by also referring him to certain authorities as well. This is highly unprocedural. Otherwise, he's overruling the court when he says he wants to refer us to something when the court has said that we can proceed.
He wants to educate the court. You're trying to quote the case. We are thinking you wanted to case.
No, I just wanted to buttress the point, but I'll leave it at that. You can proceed.
Yeah, he needs to be very specific, man. If he wants to educate the court, he must state it that I want to educate the court. Because I'm not interested in his education, man. I'm educated enough to be educated by him.
Yes, we can proceed, Brigadier Gininda. You were at photo number 19.
Yes, my lord. But my lord, can I just say the following? And because I've said it in my evidence, and I think I dealt with it during the cross-examination on the main trial, on the trial within trial. Photos, as much as they can tell thousands ways, they don't speak. When these confessions was taken, the confessions, the written one, and the photos, I needed to corroborate what was said. That's how you make sense of the confession. You can't take it on the face value and say, this person has said this, it's written there, it's the gospel truth. You must corroborate it. Corroboration means there's a suspect or an accused pointing a scene. Where is this place he's pointing? When I said I know this place, my lord, it's because I had to go to these places and corroborate. Where was the car stationed? Where was he placing? Is the place he is pointing collaborates with what we have in evidence? That's how you build a case. Mr. Mnisi was a prosecutor for the state. He ought to know that. Secondly, my lord, page photo 21 on exhibit GG1, photo 21, you can see clearly the hostel behind. The car that was driving the accused, that is accused number 1, is depicted there. Behind it in photo 21, you can see the building of the hostel. So it will not then make sense, my lord, to say, and this is a process I had to embark on to corroborate what was contained in his statement, as well as the statement of accused number 2.
Ngicela ukuthi lapha kulesa sithombe sibheke futhi ukuthi izithombe azikwazi ukuzikhulumela. Kufanele kube khona ukuxhasa okubonakala esithombeni. Manje kwangiphoqa ukuthi mina ngizama ukuthi ngitholisise ukuthi ilaphi le ndawo. Kwangiphoqa ukuthi ngiye kuleyo ndawo ukuthi nami ngizozitholela esami isiqiniseko sokuthi lo mgwaqo lo awukhombayo umgwaqo oyapi. Lapha photo number 22 kuyabonakala ukuthi nansi le hostel akhuluma ngayo ingemuva futhi ke nale moto ehambisa umsolo wokuqala na ikhona lapha esithombeni iyabonakala.
And furthermore, my lord, that did indicate that I was looking at this photo album in relation to the notes that were made by the pointing out officer. And I think that deals with what Mr. Mshololo was saying, my lord, that it's not like I was just looking at a document, interpreting it in my own way. I wanted to see if it can be corroborated or not, because that's how investigations are done, my lord.
Futhi ngifuna ukusho ukuthi ngangibheka lezi izithombe ngiqhathanisa ke namanothi ayibhalwe yilo owayethatha izithombe ngesikhathi kuyokwenza le khomba and futhi ke kwakungiphoqa lokho ngoba ngangingafuni ukuthi kube yimina engizibhekela ukuthi kwawenzekani. Ngangifuna ukutholisisa ukuthi lezi izithombe zithathwe ngayiphi indlela nokuthi zasikhuluma ngayo.
And lastly, my lord, that I've said I know this place, I stand by that, I definitely know it, and if that is in dispute, we can do the inspection in local. So the minute they can come, we can go to this place, my lord.
Cha ngifuna ukunezezela futhi ngithi ngiyayazi le ndawo ngiyile kuyona mawukuthi kuba umnisi ufuna ukuthi siphindele kule ndawo ukuthi siyoyihlala futhi cha singakwenza lokho kodwa ngiyayazi le ndawo.
Are you done with the explanation on photos 19 and 20?
Yes, 19, 20, as well as 21, my lord, because photo 21 shows the hostel. You can actually see the buildings clearly of photo 21.
Kwesithombeni number 21 ihostel libonakala kahle.
Yes, thank you. We can go back to your evidence.
Yes, my lord.
What happened after the pointings, after receiving the pointings out form as well as the photo album?
So, my lord, as I said, I looked at the collaboration, which I've just indicated that I found. They were obviously then filed in the docket, and then we carried on with the investigation, my lord.
Ngase ngibheka ke ukufakazelana kokufakazisa sinabo ngase ke siyaqhubeka nophenyo lwethu.
Scott, please, I just want to draw your attention to Exhibit FF. That is the confession in the name of accused number 1, Muzika Kulela Stemba Sibiya.
Yes, my lord. You want to refer?
Malot, we're about to start a new topic. I wonder if it will not be an appropriate time to adjourn. It's 13 minutes past 3.
How much?
13 minutes past 3.
Okay. Application for an adjournment? No objection. No objection. Okay. All right. So, are you available tomorrow?
I am, my lord.
10 o'clock again.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. 10 o'clock tomorrow. Go to the jail.